Olá, boa tarde, tudo bem? Vou tirar isto e pôr isto. US Canada, eu não faço a mínima que é isto. Só sei que apareceu neste horário assim, olha, you know what, afinal existe isto.
So who's the angel, who's the devil, though? That's the real question between Solomon and Johnny.
I'd like to think I'm always an angel.
O Keanu Reeves é um angel. Keanu Reeves é um angel, então. Quem não gostar do Keanu Reeves que se assuma que é para eu banir. Se assuma. Man, dude, what a day. Fable. That random weird game that it's really interesting with the opossum. The opossum game. O que será que isto vai ser? Deixa eu ver. Vamos falar com o Keanu? Que cena. Se quer poder pôr isto no background enquanto jogo? Tipo assim. Assim mais ou menos grande. Porque não parece cenas que estão a acontecer pela primeira vez. Não, tipo, não vai haver nada de novo. Seja como for, já foi fixe. Ganda Starfield, sim senhor. Ainda não acabei o... Quando a Maria estiver aqui...
Xbox Games Showcase Extended. My name is Tina Amini, and I'm here to dive a little bit more into the games you saw at our
Lembrem-me
recent Xbox Games Showcase.
para meter o Last of
Featured
Us.
27 ambitious games, all coming to Xbox.
Diablo.
Games like Clockwork Revolution from InXile Entertainment, Fable from Playground Games, and from our partners,
How
Star
loud is
Wars
this?
Outlaws from Ubisoft Massive in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games, and Kunitsu Gami, Path of the Goddess from Capcom.
Eu quero este jogo, não consigo encontrá-lo na Steam. Kunitsugame?
And introduce you to some more games too. We've got the game director of Avowed from Obsidian Entertainment breaking down the game's
Kunitsugane?
trailer, and the game director of Hi-Fi Rush from Tango Gameworks is here to tell us about their newest update. You'll also hear from Sarah Bond, head of the Gaming Ecosystem Organization for Xbox, who will tell us more about a program to bring games from underrepresented developers with unique visions to Xbox and
Do you know
Game
Google?
Pass. And we may just have a few other fun guests in store for you too, so stay tuned. But first,
Kami.
let's check out the rainy streets and sinister markets of Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty.
Hello everyone, I'm really excited to welcome you to this exclusive Xbox store over Black Market, one of the locations in Dogtown that you are going
Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess.
Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom.
É que o jogo parece muito cool, mas eu não consigo encontrá-lo.
As you can see, Dogtown
Gami,
welcomes you
that's the
with
name.
open arms.
Steam.
This is Black Market, a location where you as a player
Se calhar a página da Steam não existe ainda? Não, isso seria completamente
things that you
off the
cannot
mark.
find
Acho que já
anywhere
encontrei.
in this world. Dogtown is a
Já encontrei, já encontrei. Encontrei Kunitsugame.
distinct look and vibe. It's outside of the jurisdiction of
Que este jogo parece mesmo cool.
attracting all kinds of eccentrics and
Olá, Shiro, estás boa?
perspectives.
Radical mods, Jim. Never seen anything like
Encontrei a página do Kunitsugami.
You mean this?
Como é que eu faço... Estou bem, correu bem... Estou a pensar. Estás a ver aquela cena que as pessoas fazem? Tu fazes isso. Quando estás a fazer uma afirmação, mas como estás assim kind of inseguro, a afirmação soa a pergunta. Eu acabei de fazer isso agora mesmo, pessoalmente. Acho que correu bem. Onde é que está a página do... Loja. Ok. Nice. Mas fica sem saber se correu bem ou não, porque eu estou tipo, correu bem? Parece que estou a perguntar a ti se correu bem. Mas tu não estavas lá sequer. Seja como for, sim, acho que correu bem. Há bocado estive a tirar montes de dúvidas a um aluno e ele já está a entregar tarde. Mas eu permito, com, como é que se chama? Com penalizações. E eu a pensar para mim, fogo, eu adoro ajudar pessoas, como tu já sabes. Mas eu não sei se esta é a altura para... não sei se é este momento. Mas diria que é durante o semestre. Não correu mal, por isso correu bem. Pá, o pessoal apresentava, batiam palmas. E foi fixe. Havia uns alunos que... É engraçado, havia uns alunos que eles... A primeira apresentação deles foi super técnica e eu, uau, estes gajos são super avançados, muito bem. E depois joguei o jogo deles e parecia mesmo básico. Eu, que esta merda, isto não corresponde nada ao que eles estão a dizer. E dei uma nota qualquer, já não me lembro. Não reprovaram. Mas hoje estavam a mostrar outra vez. E eu, antes da apresentação, joguei o jogo que eles me enviaram, não é? Build. Joguei a Build e eu, isto parece muito fixe e parece estar a corresponder com a apresentação que deram. Claramente eles fizeram um trabalho super fixe no Unity, tipo, exploraram as coisas que o Unity tem, os Crypto Objects, boa noção de como é que eu dizer, tipo, da arquitetura do software, estás a ver? Tipo, criar managers, a relação dos managers e objetos, não sei o quê. Só pelo que eles estavam a falar deu para perceber que estavam a fazer isso super fixe. E hoje estava a jogar a build deles, queria jogar antes de falar com eles, antes das apresentações, que era para lhes poder dizer, para lhes poder dar parecer de género, olha, a tua build não funciona, ou cenas assim, estás a perceber? E estava a jogar a build deles e eu, este jogo não tem nada a ver, mas mesmo nada a ver com o protótipo que me mandaram no mês passado. E quando eles estavam a apresentar, eles disseram, esta parte aqui vocês já tinham visto, e eu a pensar para mim, não tinha. Então começo a achar que eles enviaram uma build errada a primeira vez. Tipo de uma coisa, um teste inicial ou caraças. E fiquei a pensar, que cena. Se já tinham tipo aí 20 na parte da protótipo e tiveram muito menos porque... Depois não perguntei, fiquei a pensar nisso depois. Porque foi do género, estás a ver quando dizem uma cena e tipo, no teu cérebro é tipo, há uma coisa que essa pessoa disse foi off, mas não pensas muito nisso, estava tipo atento ao resto da apresentação. E depois já estava tipo no carro ou whatever, eu, wait, estás a ver, foi tipo isso. A bota não bate com a perdigota. Mas agora já passou, eles também não reprovaram por isso. Tudo aponta para eles me terem enviado uma build errada. A verdade é que eles é que são responsáveis por enviar a build certa, não é? Eu hoje é que também quis ajudá-los e dizer assim, olhem, eu já vi as builds que me mandaram e, sei lá, a tua não funciona ou mandaste num formato errado, assim, que é para ficar já tudo direitinho e não estar a dar zeros só porque sim. Quer dizer, well, I don't know. Não sei qual é que é a melhor maneira. Assim parece-me simpático, I guess. A primeira estava melhor. Qual a primeira? Não, parecia um teste inicial. E nem sequer correspondia com a descrição deles. Género, eles estavam a mostrar a final e estavam tipo, nesta parte aqui. E eu, não tinha essa parte a pensar para mim. Porquê? Porque mandaram uma cena que acho que nem eles sabem que mandaram uma coisa tão básica, acho eu. Ou tão inicial. No protótipo. Ou seja, na primeira fase. E a história disto é essa, é tipo, eles pareciam, pela explicação na primeira apresentação, parecia que tinham feito grande cena, porque é impossível tu descreveres as coisas daquela maneira sem teres trabalhado a sério no projeto e sem ter explorado e de mais ou menos teres explorado o Unity mesmo. Percebes? É impossível, tipo, eu percebi logo, estás a ver? E depois o projeto que eles mandaram, de certeza que se enganaram no protótipo. Só pode. Tudo indica para isso. Grandes mamas. Hã? Olá, Oliveira, estás bom? Vamos falar sobre marxismo? Estou a brincar. Primeiro, olha, mas fiquei com vontade de ler desde a última conversa. Fiquei com vontade de ler, porque eu aposto contigo uma coisa. O próprio Marx... Olha, de certeza, o próprio Marx aposto que diz assim: esta ideia era gira. E na frase a seguir aposto que diz: mas não ia funcionar. Aposto para muitas das cenas que o pessoal dá parrot, estás a ver? Mas tenho que ler para confirmar. Mas que dodge, meu, viste aquilo? Oh, eu calei o Keanu. Porquê queres falar de mamas, by the way? I mean, toda a gente gosta de mamas, mas porquê já agora? Tipo, mamas é awesome e tal, e não sei o quê.
It's dystopian. It has attention to it and this undercurrent
A tua religião permite falar de mamas?
you know, like in struggle. You know, can I swear?
Yeah.
Shit's gone down.
Holy shit, Keanu a dizer shit?
Oh, I like that tagline.
Adoro Keanu.
And it's just, you know, I mean, hopefully it'll be fun for people
Estava a ir...
to play there.
Ok, podes falar de mamas tipo para amamentar, não é?
Underbelly.
Yes,
That
that's
is Night
good.
City,
Yes,
right? Yeah, I'm a little
yeah.
scared, but in a good way.
No, it's a good way. I mean, we're all kind of we're all moths to the flame, aren't we? And there's a lot of flame.
Eu quero jogar Cyberpunk um dia.
Take it on its V, so that certainly
Vocês querem?
confident.
Yeah.
Por exemplo, a Shiro dá-me a ideia que ela gosta de Western RPGs. Portanto, eu acho que ela teria interesse no Cyberpunk. Tu gostas de Western RPGs?
What the environment is like. People are getting beat up. It's not good.
It's
Ah, tu já tens até.
It's not the friendliest place to be. You gotta be prepared for it.
Portanto, gostas que já tens.
But in our tour, we also hear a recording
E jogaste?
from a Colonel
Ou tá no
Burns.
backlog?
And who's this guy? Because he seems pretty dangerous too.
Yeah, that guy. No, I'm sorry. I can't say that. My
Dia... Ai, tu és maluco.
I think that's
Porquê?
we know the tone now.
Eu se tivesse feito isso, ficava muito. Tinha estado muito desiludido e depois não jogava o jogo. Prefiro esperar, tipo. Para esses jogos, eu prefiro esperar de quê? 2, 3 anos.
Johnny doesn't like him.
I could see
E depois sim,
Night City in
jogo.
general is the kind of
E
place that
compro,
breeds that
whatever.
kind
Ao
of
contrário,
character.
compro e jogo.
Yeah.
Let's take a step back. Let's talk about Johnny as a person instead of this horrible person known as Colonel.
Primeira e última vez.
I don't know about this guy, but people like Johnny, and I think it's interesting because we know him to be.
Olha esta Nina, é mesmo fixe. A Nina do synth.
We've seen that in Cyberpunk 20.
Aliás, eu gosto das Ninas todas deste jogo.
To know him, he's got a sensitive side too. He can actually be quite caring.
That's what makes it so much fun. He is outspoken. He's a little grumpy, and he has a right to be. He's been used. He's been abused. He's been abandoned, and I think that
Não,
through that kind
tu és a
of
melhor Nina
darkness,
deste
that
anal.
side, there is a vulnerability.
Anal?
I think what's great about it is I get to play that character in so many different ways, and so the range of it is.
Este canal não tem Ninas, eu não me identifico como menina.
Moments and flashbacks, you start to understand he's a product of his upbringing, truly, of his surrounding.
Well, let's not get carried away. I mean, we could start.
Oh shit, já posso aumentar o Helios. Ai, não posso nada.
I keep dropping into Johnny, but yeah, I like his anger. I like his passion. I like what he stands for. He's really just looking for a fair shot, and I love that he's kind of going through music. That there's an artist.
Agora, quero descer ou subir? Acho que descer faz
I
sentido.
got some great speeches.
Agora quero. Só porque o Keanu está a falar, agora quero jogar o Cyberpunk.
This really fun response. You can flip him off and he double birds you back. Like, I
Ah, tem que
love
descer
those kind
tudo.
of moments.
Or rock.
I think another interesting lens of looking at him as we get into Phantom Liberty.
Mas o jogo mesmo o jogo mesmo no PC estava uma porcaria.
Johnny's relationship with
No primeiro ano, não sei se foi um ano inteiro a ser uma porcaria, mas durante muito tempo.
With Johnny in the sense of the military, the sense of being used.
Se calhar não foi tanto tempo.
You know, it's in the title, right? They're fighting for a liberty. You know, Solomon's kind of trying to reclaim his life. You know,
Is that a thing here?
Johnny's doing
No.
the same thing. You know, it's Cyberpunk 2077, so it might start off as revenge, and it might end as revenge. But I think sometimes he feels like he's lashing out at the wind. You know, and I think Solomon has been living out in the kind of the desert of his life, right? Kind of hiding and harboring.
Yeah.
But I think he also has that kind of soft and hard side to him as well.
So, as somebody who's very familiar with thrillers, because you've starred in a few, what do you think about Phantom Liberty makes for a good spy thriller in particular?
The quest
Acho que foi só uma Blue Note.
what's going on. So and the kind of scavenger hunt of information, the mystery, the double crossing, what is true, what's fiction, can you count on, you can't count on anything. That is really kind of amplified.
Fiz a geneira. Vocês conseguem ver bem o
Thank you so
O
much
evento?
for coming out to another Xbox
Ai, que eu estou a
presentation.
sentir que fiz a
There are lot
geneira.
of fans out there in the Xbox community, so I think I can speak for all of us in saying we really appreciate you showing up here today.
Oh, well, thank you.
But before I close things
Não
out,
faço a mínima o que é que. Acho que abriu isto aqui abaixo.
close things out, I'd love your help here, Keanu. How do you think Johnny would end this interview right now?
Mas vocês viram isto?
Well, there's a lot of ways you could do
Ou precisa. Ou tenho que vir eu para vocês verem?
it. Tina,
Não me digam.
pleasure to meet you.
Oh, is that how Johnny would do it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
Nice to see
Such
you.
a pleasure to have you here. I thought you were going to kick down the camera or something, so.
No, you see, he's respectful.
Keanu. Oh, Keanu.
You're a good egg.
Oh, thank you. You too. And I'll see you out there again soon.
It's so precious. Ok. Isto está aberto. Keanu é tão precious. Apanhaste um jumpscare? Porquê? O meu Insta está em light mode no PC. Se calhar devia baixar. Baixar? Mudar. Tipo, o que é que eu tinha em light mode e gostava? Que vos disse? E vocês disseram que era heresia. É o Twitter no telemóvel. É só no telemóvel. Yeah, mas é só no PC está em dark mode. Ai! Olha o jogo que crashou. Espetáculo. Crashou quando o gajo me explodiu. Agora abri e está normal de novo. Que estranho. Foi qualquer coisa com as cookies? Cucou. Que música é esta? Parece meio menor harmónica. Se é menor harmónica, é Prince of Persia. Eu não quero que o jogo crash assim, meu. É pá. In the shadow of an ancient evil.
I'm in a race against this darkness. A race to locate an ancient ruin, a tower of unspeakable power. I need
Oh Shiro, se tiveres oportunidade, não, se tiveres disponibilidade, podes dar aí um de 0 a 10, podes dar um, como é que tu disseste a palavra? Genérico? Não, não era genérico que estavas a dizer no outro dia. Default, estavas a dizer default. De 0 a 10, quão defaults é que se vão sendo estes jogos? Peraí, mas isto é turn-based tactical, eu geralmente gosto desses jogos. Não que seja bom neles, mas gosto deles. Não estás a prestar atenção? Sem visão.
You're going to help me save the world.
Eu honestamente não sei ao certo o que é que isto é. O título dizia Extended? Eu não sei se eles estão a falar mais dos mesmos jogos ou... Eu não me lembro de ver este Tactical.
RPG studios, Obsidian Entertainment is among the very best.
That is true, Obsidian costuma ser boa.
To Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
Ainda não joguei o Outer Worlds.
Obsidian Games have placed their
Supostamente é um jogo ok.
Joining us today for a closer look at Avowed is game director Carrie Patel. Carrie, I am so
Também não
excited
tenho o
to have you
jogo, by
here.
the way.
We just saw this big reveal of Avowed, and there's so many little bits of information in there that I want to dig out and pick your brain around. But before we get into all that, I'm
Ay, ay,
assuming
ay, ay.
that you don't need to have played Pillars 1 or 2 to really get into Avowed.
You're absolutely right. You don't need to have played Pillars 1 or 2. You can
What the
keep
fuck is
world of Avowed
Pillars?
fresh. We want this to be a
What the fuck are they talking
welcoming
about?
experience for players, but if you are a returning fan, there are some recognizable
Nerds.
tidbits.
For people who have played Pillars 1 or 2, can you tease any more of just those general connections to the universe? And no major spoilers, of course.
Yeah, there are a couple returning characters that players might recognize from Deadfire in particular. Players who have played the original games will recognize some of the parts of the world and some of the factions. The Adirian Empire plays pretty heavily into the world of Avowed, so all of that will be familiar to returning players.
We do start to see some of that Pillars universe now in the Avowed setting, which is really exciting, and it's looking amazing so far. But can you
Amazing.
confirm one thing for
Espero
me?
que o jogo não crache no mesmo
Still in
sítio.
Eora?
We're still in Aora.
Ah, tenho que tentar não levar damage do Fire Guy.
Lands. So again, returning Pillars fans will recognize the Living Lands as this otherworldly frontier. It's very remote. It's relatively unknown. It's this very dramatic landscape full of all of these different
For this-
valleys with these unique biomes and creatures. It's a really unique visual perspective, and it's a wonderful frontiersy spot that's set for adventure. There's a lot that's undiscovered, and so that's the part of Aora that we're introducing players to in Avowed.
And we also see
Não.
a character talking
Não é por aqui,
to
é por
us
baixo.
in the trailer. He seems like he might be a companion, because that would be a very Obsidian thing to do. So what's going on with that?
Yes, this is Kai, and he's one of the first companions you meet in the game. He's an Amawa, that's one of the unique species of the world of Aora, and Kai's character brings a balance of this really
Am I dead?
He's seen a lot, he's served as a soldier and a mercenary, but he also has a really unique sense of humor, so he brings a spirit of levity and camaraderie to the party as well.
And as he's
Camaraderie.
talking to us, he's also kind of conveying, well, he's straight up
Uh-oh.
saying that he's afraid of you and your abilities. But it's not like the heroes are the only powerful beings in this universe. So
Este gajo.
what that means for who we are as the player character. Are we
Ok, ok,
original
este damage agora não me
one
fodeu.
and two, or maybe we have some
Não crashou o
connection to
jogo.
the spirit realm and beyond that gives us these terrifying abilities.
So you're not a watcher this time, but you do have a unique soul connection to the world. That gives you a connection to the Living Lands and to some of the
How do I
more
go
mysterious
down?
forces at work there. The player is also being sent as an envoy of the Adirian Empire, and so they come with both a very mysterious aura, but also a certain sense of political urgency.
Kai also mentions a plague. That's another bit of detail that we get.
I don't know how to go
We
down.
see a very concerning growth on a lot of the creatures in the world. What can you tell us about this plague?
I can't say too much just yet, except that it is a unique soul plague that is devouring the Living Lands, and part of the player's mission in being sent here is to investigate and try to stop it.
We also saw a lot of combat in the trailer, and we see dual-wielding pistols, we see spells, we see swords, we see just a ton of abilities. A lot
Was
of
it
them
spells?
came
I'm
from
sorry.
of the Pillars universe, too,
I'm an
but
asshole.
those were isometric top-down view games, and Avowed is a first-person game. So how did the team approach that?
Eu acho que aquilo é para me ir embora.
Fantasy combat, but in
Vou
the
primeiro.
first person for Avowed.
So we wanted to take that same depth and breadth
Esquerda?
of
Ah, deve ter um
styles
boss.
and combat abilities and player fantasies, where you can play someone who's very magically attuned, more traditional fighter, a ranger, and really invest in whatever play
Must be some
style is
kind of
most
boss.
appealing to you personally. We wanted to take that depth
Mas
and
gostava de ver
breadth
o que é
and
aquilo ali em
translate it into
cima.
a first-person experience, where you can feel the visceral nature of the attacks, feel the dynamism and the momentum of those attacks as you're executing them, and that means including a range of options like, as you noted, dual-wielding pistols, which is one of my favorites because you don't see that often in fantasy RPGs,
Yeah.
but also traditional sword and board, a whole host of magical abilities, a lot of things that'll be both a little bit familiar but hopefully new to players as well.
And I've got one more question for you, because I know the audience is going to want to know this one, but just how big is this game?
So it's going to be roughly comparable to something like Knights of the Old
Então.
Republic 2 or The Outer Worlds. It is set up as a series of interconnected
Hello?
open zones that players
Ah.
can explore at their own pace. You can invest in discovering every nook and cranny in the world, discovering every secret, finding every side
tipo de
quest
players é que
in every
vocês são?
character, or you can have a much more focused
Lembrei-me de fazer esta pergunta porque esta Nina estava a falar de exploring every nook and cranny e não sei o quê.
spend a lot of time with us once Avowed releases.
Well, count me in as one of those players, because I
Oh,
definitely
shit.
want to read and
O,
hear every line of dialogue.
Oliveira dá-me a impressão que ele já me disse que é um collector. Oh, shit.
Thank you, Tina. This has been a pleasure.
That was just a taste of what you
Um
can expect
100
from Obsidian and Take-Two
100%er.
when Wildlands next year on
Pro?
Xbox, PC, and
Tu acho que tu és. Dá-me a impressão que tu és uma social gamer. Ou seja, para ti o que é importante é jogar com o pessoal. Como é que eu chego ali? Oh, ok. Como assim?
퍼스트 디센던트는 언리얼 엔진 5를 사용한 차세대 3인칭 루트 슈터 게임으로
Se não fores, podes-me dizer como é que não és. Atenção, eu tô, é a minha impressão.
PC 크로스플레이가 가능하고 프리트 플레이로 즐기실 수 있도록 개발
É só impressão minha.
퍼스트 디센던트에서 플레이어는 계승자가 되어 인류의 생존을 위해 침략자들의 맞서 싸우게 됩니다. 계승자는
Não percebeste?
플레이어의
Então,
캐릭터
social gamer, assim, tens preferência quando estás a jogar, tens preferência por jogar
계승자를 통해
em grupo, ou com pessoas, ou whatever.
스토리를 체험하고 다양한 임무를
Dá-me a impressão que és uma social gamer.
플레이로 수행하게 됩니다.
Nunca viste? Peraí, tu nunca estudaste? O Ivan não meteu isso no vosso programa do curso?
거대 보스별 다양한 기능과 구입 파괴 등
Ai, não pode ser. O Ivan está a falhar.
체험하실 수 있습니다.
Então, mas que porcaria é esta?
작년 베타 테스트에서 플레이어분들에게 받은 피드백을 개선하는 작업과 신규 컨텐츠의 개발을 진행하고 있습니다.
Conhece o setor Ivan?
지금 보시는
O Ivan é o nosso melhor amigo, é? Por acaso não conheço, não conheço.
실제 게임
Mas eu sei que ele foi uma das pessoas que fundou o vosso curso, pelo que me parece.
개발 중에 있습니다. 신규 계승자 역시 개발
Olha, está aqui. E vocês, o quê? Calma, já vos mostro.
플레이를 경험할 수 있도록 디자인되었습니다.
Ah, isto não chega. Não, até chega. Toma.
스킬을 지닌 새로운 캐릭터로
O Ivan e o Quintino, os dois melhores. Sim, foram eles que fundaram o vosso curso.
탐험을 하고 몰입감 넘
Olha, olhem para isto. O Ivan podia espetar-vos isto a alguns, meu. Então, mas o que é isto? Mostrou sim, pois. Tu és para mim, tu és socializer. Para mim. Eu sei que tu disseste que também gostas de jogar single player. Mas, por exemplo, eu estava a ver... Eu sei que um exemplo não chega para generalizar tudo. Generalizar geralmente é mau. Mas eu estava-te a ver a jogar jogos single player no outro dia. E estavas tipo... Ah, mas a jogar Overwatch. Estavas tipo... Epá, não me apetece estar aqui. Lá está, a minha única dúvida é... Ela simplesmente queria jogar Overwatch? Ou não lhe apetecia estar a jogar sozinha? Não, desculpa. Ou não lhe apetecia estar a frustrar-se tipo no Batman? Também podia ser isso, atenção. De género, eu estou mais habituado a Overwatch e não me apetece estar desconfortável agora num jogo durante uma stream. Isso também senti essa vibe, é verdade. Mas a verdade é que geralmente vais, se tu disseres, epá, apetece-me jogar, assim, pelo menos para quando estás on stream. Tipo, quando o primeiro jogo que te vem à cabeça, geralmente é o Overwatch, não é? Mas again, pode ser por causa do jogo em si, não por ser um jogo para socializar. Isso também é verdade. Mas lá está, qual destes quadros é que te enquadras mais? Eu se calhar enquadro-me mais no Explorer, como podem ver o jogo Metroidvania, certo? O Oliveira enquadra-se mais no Achievers. Ele diz que está sempre a... Para ele tem que ter 100% nos jogos. O Oliveira. Portanto, o Oliveira é um Achiever. Gamers want to watch the world burn. Eu conheço pessoal assim. Acho que não é nenhum de vocês, assim de repente. Claro que ninguém... ou são raras as pessoas que só se concentram num. Atenção. Gosto de roguelikes e socializers. O que é que seria o roguelike? Em que é que se enquadra alguém que gosta de roguelikes? Eu não sei. Será mais os killers? Tens de ir? Ok. Até logo. Infelizmente eu não. O quê? Não é socializer. Eu geralmente não sou. Se me pedirem tipo, olha, bora jogar, não sei o que, eu não sei. Portanto, eu não me vou considerar muito. Mas é assim, isto é muito redutor, acho eu. Este é muito redutor, este quadro. Há outros melhores. Mas pronto, é para terem só assim uma ideia. Foda-se, grande questão. Roguelike, se calhar é este, são os killers. Porque o roguelikes é tipo, é tudo aleatório, nunca sabes o que é que vai sair a seguir. Esse tipo de players é capaz de gostar disto. Esse tipo de players devem ser estes. Estes players para o último Zelda também devem ser. Também devem adorar esta merda. Deve ser uma mistura entre estes e estes. Eu sou mais estes, então nunca explorei esta parte. O que é que eu quero dizer com isto? Quando eu estava a jogar o último Zelda, eu só estava a explorar coisas. E a passear e não sei o quê. No entanto, quando eu fui ao Twitter, quase, tipo, muitos dos posts, eu acho que entravam mais neste canto superior esquerdo. Era o pessoal tipo a pegar naqueles corocos, coquiris? Não são coquiris, são os coquiris do último. Os corocos. Eram os gajos a pegarem nos corocos e a matá-los e a mandá-los pelas rimaceiras abaixo e o caralho. Não sei qual desses tu és, mas olha, estás a ver gamers who want to watch the world burn? Eu leio esta frase e só leio bintos. Qual desses é que tu és? Eu acho que estás no Socializers. Um bocado. E talvez no Killers. Uma mistura entre dois? Não achas que é Shivers? Não sei. Não me lembro de alguma vez me dizeres eu preciso de fazer 100% a isto e ter todos os achievements. Mas não vou dizer que não. Se calhar és. Estou a pensar. Gozas comigo fazer a lista de Gozas comigo, por isso não digo nada. Eu sei que tu gostas de ir tipo. Tu gostas de ver como é que o jogo funciona e se calhar. Por exemplo, se estiveres a jogar um RPG, gostas de ver onde é que estão as cenas. Por isso, não sei, pode fazer parte também. Vou fazer o teste e descobrir. Existe um teste? Achas que me enquadro no Killers? O Monster Hunter na minha ótica é Socializers. Deve ser relativamente raro. Ou não. Deve ser. A maior parte das pessoas que jogam Monster Hunter devem ser Socializers. Que é tipo pegar num grupinho de amigos, bora caçar monstros. Quem jogar isto single player acho que está na minoria, vou ser honesto. Joga single player? Damn, that's a weird one. Eu já vi, uma vez apareceu-me um vídeo que eu nunca cliquei que dizia assim. E eu sei que o Monster Hunter não é um MMO, mas o vídeo provavelmente era muito interessante. Que era tipo, pessoas que jogam MMO sozinhas. E eu, what? Isto é super interessante, mas nunca vi. People, sei lá. Play. Sabes que eu fiz isso? Eu joguei o Final Fantasy XIV sozinho. Aquilo tinha cutscenes fixe e eu, fixe, então dá para fazer de conta que isto é um single player. Será que foi este o vídeo que me apareceu recomendado? Tipo já aos anos, mas eu nunca vi. Há um ano.
In a world surrounded by
In a world.
hundreds or thousands of other people on a daily basis, it can be hard to beat things out as the as the solo player.
Será que este gajo vai ter um insight fixe? Espero que sim. Volto já. Yeah. Jogos que não existem. What? Jogos que não existem? What does that mean? Com a democratização do desenvolvimento de videojogos, custa-me acreditar que haja um jogo que não exista. Não é? %67% Achiever, 60% Explorer, 53% Socializer, 20% Killer. Pois. E o que arranjar maneira de ser um questionário mais generalista. O que é que este gajo está a dizer?
It may seem as though things really aren't designed for this kind of person, and then you get home in the evening and you log into an MMORPG. From the bustling grand exchange in old school RuneScape to the mentally engaging Barons chat, MMOs have always been
Vocês ouvem bem o que ele diz?
that bring people together from around the world. Yet in the storied history of the MMO, things have changed quite considerably with the times. Despite the genre being a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, people often do not play it for the massively multiplayer online part, or even the role-playing game part either, if I'm being honest. It's changed for a lot of people from a hobby to a habit. Many of the reasons people chose to pick up the genre in the first place no longer exist, but there just isn't quite anything else in the gaming space that offers what an MMO does. A combination of character progression, active worlds, differently paced content between high action and focus, things you can do whilst watching something on your second monitor, and so much more. So how is it then a genre with a focus on massively multiplayer has become so much less social over the years? Why do people actively seek out online games with the intent of playing them alone? In this video, I hope to cover a number of reasons which I think have contributed to this shift over the years and explain why this has happened. If you like the content and want to see more of its kind, a sub and a like to the channel helps out the channel immensely and is completely free. A big thanks to all the members of the Patreon who keep videos like this coming. More info on that later if you did want to join. We need to start with the basics because it wasn't any singular game
Should I turn this off?
which led to the rise of the solo player. We have to take a step back and look at the bigger picture, the social changes which have affected everybody across the world, gamer or otherwise. Ever since the rise of the internet and online gaming in the early 90s, the exponential growth of the 2000s and then the proliferation of it in the 2010s, the world has very much become a smaller place. When you wanted to go on the internet, you used to have to listen to this. The world. Not just different people either, but those who you could pretty safely assume you had things in common with. Chances are, if you are fishing on RuneScape next to somebody else, they also A, like RuneScape, and a B, probably fishing for a reason. If you've just put a group together for Razorfen Crawl, that's a common goal to work towards. Indeed, part of the early charm and fascination with online worlds were really both about the MMO and the RPG. For millions, they weren't just fantasy worlds with swords and magic, they were a gateway to making lifelong friends, creating memories, and undertaking activities.
That is true.
Earlier MMOs absolutely facilitated this kind of gameplay as well, usually with much slower pace.
Sabe o que eu acho engraçado? O que ele está... é uma mistura mesmo interessante. O que ele está a falar é... Ainda não havia a cultura de ir ver tudo sobre um jogo. E então eu acho que tu acabavas por explorar o jogo com pessoas. Acho que... e isso criava tipo bonds entre as pessoas. Hoje em dia eu acho que está tudo mais isolado na medida em que... Hoje em dia tens merdas do tipo... Tu nem sequer olhes para mim, nem sequer estejas na mesma área que eu, se não souberes o jogo a 100%. Fucking uninstall e mata-te. Se não tiveste a ver o vídeo de 3 horas a dizer exatamente como é que isto se joga. Seu filho da puta, mata-te. Eu sinto que hoje em dia é assim. E na altura era mais cena do bora descobrir isto. Isso foi muito main man. Volta lá para o chat do Mihawk, ó filho da puta. Eu sinto isso.
Role, be it the combat or traveling to dungeons. The games made it possible.
Ai não, a cena de quicar o player que não sabe como é que se faz um boss ou caralho. Vai-te embora, meu, foda-se.
But the players also wanted it and were invested in it. This is key. Moreover, gaming used to be much less of a mainstream form of entertainment. You know, your parents wanted you to go and play the sports ball and then do 3 hours of after-school homework, not kill dragons and call people tubes. I bet you knew people, but never knew they were into games.
É só a minha percepção, I may be wrong.
It's because it just wasn't really said as much, which was a shame. Media certainly didn't help, and to this day somehow still doesn't. You have the League of Legends World Finals with its millions of viewers, a 16-year-old winning $3 million on Fortnite, and the media still
That's crazy.
To laugh at them, saying it's not a job, it's just a game. Thankfully, people have started laughing at them more than with them nowadays. Social circles, though, change over time, as do the norms. So how have players gone from playing a genre with a focus on grouping to preferring being alone then? Well, how many times have you heard this story? Somebody joins a game with a bunch of friends to try out something new, or you've been that person yourself, only to be the last one playing a few weeks later and everybody else has quit. But you're still having a pretty good time actually, so you want to carry on with where you were at. How many of you in fact got into MMOs through doing something like this? On top of that, many of the big MMOs that are still going nowadays have been out for literally over a decade. It's wild if you think about it, still getting updates, updates, still getting players back, still being something which people choose over modern titles. On top of this, in recent years, there's been one giant
Sandwich
nostalgia
Lady?
wave hitting gaming, with many old titles getting a reboot like Spyro, COD, Skyrim, probably for the 8th time or something now, and even MMOs like RuneScape and classic WoW, of course. And I think many of them have proven to hold significantly more than just nostalgia. After all, I'm pretty sure you cannot be nostalgic for something whilst also continually playing it for 2 years straight. That's not what nostalgia is, right? In fact, many players actively seek out MMOs to play solo after having been familiar with the genre for a long time. But though times may stay the same in-game, in real life, things change. Which leads us to getting solo players. There are many different types of them, sort of like Pokemon, but I think two of them...
Não sei se estou aprendendo muito com este gajo.
A lot of people have had changes in real life. MMOs are still the game genre you prefer to play in the evening, but honestly, you just want to switch off and grind a little bit. It's been 8 to 10 hours straight of work, moving, talking, thinking, acting, and you finally get that moment to yourself at the end of the day, and you just aren't really in the mood for joining a group or having to type out a bunch of stuff to another person. You throw on the /D&D and take your mind off things for the space of the
So
evening.
EverQuest
Though
or
the grind may
Ever
not be the
something?
most engaging, at the same time it is still moving your character forwards. It still enables that sense of progression that is core to the MMO genre. What about the
Eres gostava
online
deste?
introvert though? Are people just shy? Maybe, but these two things are not one and the same. It's hard to tell if somebody is actually shy, and they're often going to feel
Actually.
a bit ashamed or overthink it if you try and approach them about it. When it comes to introvert people online though, often they just won't seek out group activity, but if something does happen, they will generally go for it. In fact, World of Warcraft used to have its own introvert or not litmus test. You know, during Wrath the Lich King, after your faction wins the battle for Wintergrasp and then instantaneously pugs start forming to go and do Vault of Archivon, were you that guy that would always join a pug, or did you ever try
Estás a aprender?
and set them up yourself frequently? This was not a big server problem, and you probably didn't even experience this on big servers, but it was on small servers. It was like a Mexican standoff waiting for that one guy to post LFM, and then he would suddenly get inundated with over 20 whispers instantly.
I have no idea what this guy is trying to say.
It was more than
E estou a
just
tentar dar
taking it or
atenção.
not. Some people would never take that step to start the group, which is fine. It's all a game after all. But some people will instigate content and others won't. And in some circumstances, games have accommodated towards ensuring that both groups and solo players have content to enjoy, which has led to much more catering towards
Mas eu queria era perceber o conceito de como é que tu vais dar um MMO e tipo depois jogas sozinho.
accessibility.
Só que eu não estou a sentir que este gajo seja assim muito sucinto ou whatever.
This has grown considerably over the years. On the channel, we mainly talk
Just saying stuff.
in World of Warcraft terms for familiarity's sake, but I'm sure you can name features across many different titles here. When it comes for catering towards accessibility for the solo player, we have things like ensuring progression is not roadblocked by social aspects, the attunements that we currently have in TBC, adding more features to fit a wider range of players. Final Fantasy XIV is packed with solo story content battles. Retail World of Warcraft makes sure that old raid content is easily soloable so players can go and farm transmog. Automatic grouping, plenty of games have this now. Honestly though, for me, any modern MMO should at least have some kind of UI where players can express interest and form groups manually, like what there is for Mythic Plus on retail or the LFG on Season of Mastery. Easier solo player experiences. Leveling for many players for the first time in Classic was a shock compared to retail.
Queria tanto que ele fosse muito melhor a, sei lá, a pensar nisto. Okay. That's okay.
넘치는 스토리를 경험할 수 있도록 다양한 환경의 신규 웹을
A
개발하고
questão
타입의 보스
a questão é mega
레이드를
interessante.
개발하고 있습니다. 그리고 많은 분들이 요청하셨던 코스메틱
Mas-
스킨도 도입 중에 있는데요. 캐릭터들마다 다양한 컨셉의 스킨을 제공할 예정이며 꾸미기 아이템
Mas não é qualquer um que consegue responder a ela.
수 있도록 지원할 예정입니다. 가장 많은 피드백을 받았던 그래플링 훅은 시스템을
Ah, é isto que eu quero.
변경된 그래프링은 조작에 따른 회전과
É exatamente isto que eu quero, ok.
방어 감속을 지원하여 조작의 재미를
Vamos formar Platinum no Warframe?
점프 모션, 총기 사운드, UI와 UX를
A questão é porquê?
나가고 있으며 계승자 스킬을 개조할 수 있는 시스템도 개발 중에 있습니다. 게임 사운드 또한 글로벌 유명 게임 작곡가인 스티븐 바튼과 협업하여 보다 풍성한 청각적 경험을 제공하기 위해 준비 중에 있습니다. 마지막으로 여러분께서 가장 기다리실 소식을
É, já
전해드립니다.
cá estive.
현재 저희는 연내 출시를 목표로 하고 있으며 그에 앞서 8월 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S를 포함한 콘솔과 PC에서 크로스플레이 베타 테스트를 진행할 예정입니다.
Capitalism.
베타 테스트는
Wait.
8월 22일부터
It's capitalism?
8월 28일까지 일주일간 진행되며 오늘부터 공식 홈페이지를 통해 신청하실 수 있으니 플레이어분들의 많은 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. Be the first descendant.
When we were wrapping up Banner Saga, we were really talking about what is it we want to do next.
We earnestly started with the idea of making a game that was hopeful, that was a triumph for the human spirit.
Something that had a lot of replay ability. Something
Replay ability.
really explore for a long time.
There are different worlds that we want to explore. Towerborn is that game. Towerborn is a fast-paced action RPG. It's a co-op game. You can play it online. You can play it on the couch with your friends and family. Everybody's moving through the world.
Friends and family.
The players move out.
A brincar com a minha face, este gajo.
Storyline that is being told here. From the world map, you go into fun, fast combat. You come out of that with resources and crafting items, and with all their new loot, they can go back to the Belfry.
Ai, 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 ai. Ah, isto foi um extra.
The Belfry.
Esta banda sonora é muito épica.
And humanity's safe haven. The player can customize their appearance, their loadout, talk to all these different NPCs.
The world itself is a mix of 3D and 2D. We definitely wanted to.
Tu tens família e tens a nós?
Beautiful background
Damn.
to see.
Thank you.
Animated movies.
Towerborn is all about humanity's last
Thanks,
chance
man.
at survival.
Humanity is clinging
Means a lot.
and clinging to this tower.
Como é que eu deixo
It
aqui?
is your mission to try to hold the forces of darkness at bay.
Darkness. Não sei porque o gajo é muito lame.
The most important thing about the gameplay is it's just fun. And
It's just fun?
Amplified its fun the moment you added another player. All of the
It's just
players
fun,
can
bro.
build
Just
their
fun.
character in a way that's specific to them. It just turns into this back and forth exploration. Like, let's try to do this one combo and then let's see if you can do a follow-up.
Olha, este jogo pode ser cool, eu também não estou a olhar para ele.
That's just really fun because there's not too many couch co-op games anymore.
Couch co-op. O aspecto é kinda cool.
I'm hoping in 5 years from now it's in a place that I never even would have thought of.
It's a seasonal game, which is different.
Eu gosto de cartoon stuff, o Toga também.
A new storyline with new
Toga gosta mais que eu
new
até.
biomes. We'll be rolling out new gear, new monsters, new bosses.
Expanding on the content in a continuous, organic way, so it just becomes a living world.
Continuous organic way. Está-me a soar muito mal. Isto é um. Pera aí, isto é um. Games as a Service.
That we feel strongly about and we want to play.
Ninguém se mete em couches. Olha, tenho aqui o meu. Olha o link. Eu tenho um couch aqui. Pois é.
They've enabled us to make the game that we want to make here.
Faz couchsurfing.
Earnestly cannot wait for the community to see the game that we're rolling out here. Towerborn is, I really believe, something unique.
Eu não sei se chegava, eu não sei se chega, mas desde a última vez que o Toga esteve cá, eu depois recebi um saco de cama. Não tenho um TGV. What the hell, man? New Daily Ops Mutation. Ai que ninjago. É muito ninja.
Hello, I'm John Rush, art director for Fallout 76.
Wait, o som foi à vida?
I hope you enjoyed the world premiere of the trailer for our Once in a Blue Moon update coming June 20th. Free to play for anyone who
Aí eu posso passar pelas sombras? Se lhe bater, ela não tem hitbox.
Hills of Appalachia, bringing with it a ton
Okay.
of great new content for players.
Isto é um guacamole. Um whack-a-mole.
That includes new cryptids like the Blue Devil and Ogwa to threaten
Mas podes acertar nos errados.
Ridge Caravan Company. We've also got 2 new public events, both of which give you a chance to earn caravan and cryptid-themed rewards.
Crypto?
Defend the Middle Mountain pit stop from waves of monstrous creatures safe and sound. And thwart a horde of crazed cultists and beasts of burden. With Season 13, we've also got a new scoreboard called Shoot for the Stars, which celebrates the stars of the Silver
Mas não é mais dramático se for crypto?
and gives you a chance to earn cinema-themed rewards. And we're not done yet. Next
That's a
year,
Fallout guy.
to Atlantic
Wait.
City, where they'll gamble on the fates of new fat
Estou para aqui a jogar, pois não vejo. Isto é Fallout? Não me digas ao 76. Why are they still trying to push Fallout 76? Why? Tell me why? Why?
coming at ya. We'll see you there.
It just works.
What's this?
Oh, it's Hi-Fi Rush. 2 new game modes. You want a turbo mode? BPM Rush. Ok, mais rápido? Ei, aumenta o speed. Agora sim, temos modo. Olha, nunca pensei que isto fosse mostrar um DLC para o Hi-Fi Rush. Of all things. Isto é Xbox Extended. Por que é que haveriam de falar do Hi-Fi Rush? It's not like it's an exclusive. Photo mode. É Bethesda. Mas posso jogar no PC. Sem ser no. Como é que se diz? No Xbox Pass. Merdas. Uou, o que é que foi aquilo?
We've just seen a new trailer for updates coming to Hi-Fi Rush called Arcade Challenge Update. No joke, there's literally exclamation points in there. That's not just me. So here to explain that and more about the update is game director John Johannes.
Game director.
John.
Really glad to be here.
You're still game director?
They have to be in there.
Yeah. It feels
It's style. It's style. Yeah.
It's a style thing. Well, Hi-Fi Rush is such a stylish game in general. I think that's one of the things that people really excitedly pointed out when we shadow dropped the game in the developer direct earlier this year. But making a brand new IP is always a bit of a risk. Your studio's known for kind of scarier games like The Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo.
Oh.
But yeah, this type of game is something I just always wanted to make personally, and I just thought music and action work so well together. And after I had finished working on The Evil Within 2, it just felt like the right time to try something new. And
Cool.
Our studio's always been about just
Nice.
making fun games. It doesn't have to be about a certain genre. We're not about making one specific thing.
And fortunately, there's plenty more of that content to come because we just saw an absolutely jam-packed trailer. So I'd love for your help in breaking down all the details, all the stuff going into this update.
Sure.
Quando o jogo é cool, é mesmo fixe ouvir falar
This
de.
mode is unlockable once
Tipo,
you
ouvir o
finish the
director a
game,
falar.
and you'll unlock an arcade cabinet in your hideout. And by accessing it, you get 2 new modes. One is called BPM Rush mode, which takes the gameplay up to like higher speeds than we've ever done in the main game. And the other is called Power Up Tower Up, which is a new sort of randomized spin on the rhythm tower mode that we had in the original game. And included in this mode are 5 new original songs to play to, as well as 2
Jesus.
random enemies. And then there's special special attacks and this whole meta system for unlocking upgrades and rewards, and that's all I can think of right now.
I love that there's so much to
5 músicas novas é muita
Let's
música.
talk about just BPM Rush for now.
Sure.
It was described in the trailer as effectively Hi-Fi Rush's equivalent of a
É
turbo mode.
muita
Can you explain
música.
that a little bit more?
Yeah, early on, the team was like, how fast can we go? And in the game, we kind of settled at, about a max 160 BPM. But this mode really takes it up to 200 BPM. But we sort of ease you in there. It's a gradual upgrade until it eventually
Yeah.
gets so fast, you just got to sort of think on your feet and
Makes
naturally
sense.
react to the rhythm in the combat of the game.
O modo de certeza que é
I love that
fixe.
There's a lot of accessibility settings in the game too. It makes it so that you can adjust the game to your own comfort level. But this is a post-game challenge. It's meant for when you've gotten into the rhythm of the game. So I'm curious if you have any pointers on as far as how to tackle that challenge.
As an action game, I think a lot of people want that sort of next level challenge, another way to use their abilities in a new type of environment. This mode does that by putting you at the high speed. But we also have multiple difficulties. We have an easy mode for people who want to experience what that's like, but maybe are not in tune with that sort of high difficulty that's accompanied.
Por onde é que eu vou para subir? É pela direita, não é?
And then we have,
Mas-
after beating those modes, we can unlock an EX
Esquerda
mode,
também
which
parece
takes
dar.
you to a hard level where damage is
Não
multiplied
é?
and keeps you at that high BPM throughout the entire time.
But there already was a post-game challenge when Hi-Fi Rush launched. It was the Rhythm Tower mode. You mentioned that briefly earlier. That's the one where you face just increasingly difficult combat. So how has that evolved with the Power Up Tower Up mode?
So the Rhythm Tower mode was kind of like a very curated experience. And while it was very challenging, you can prepare, go in and sort of customize your character, know what you're getting into. And in this mode, we flip it to the almost opposite end. Chai starts off downgraded. We actually remove all your abilities, and you have to earn them back by fighting waves of randomized enemy sets.
I get fucked.
And after every wave of enemies, you get to choose from a series of power-ups that can gradually increase your stats. Each of these upgrades
É um roguelite.
either bonus or negative modifiers as well to the gameplay, so you can take more risks or less risks depending on which upgrades you pick. And again, those upgrades are randomized each level, so you really kind of have to have an understanding of the systems and not quite master them, but have a good grasp if you want to go in and come out on top.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, it was a really packed trailer. There was a lot of information in there. It's a chonky update.
Chonky.
So what else have you got for us? Because I feel like there's more on the table there.
Yeah, so by playing in the two modes, you unlock these rewards through these challenges that are connected to these two modes.
5-5. Eu acho que
Things
tenho.
like accessories for Chai and new costumes for Chai 808, and even as well as fan favorite Corsica. We have new modes for the photo mode as well. Things like new filters. We have new poses for the characters. We have stickers that you can place on the photos now. And
Damn.
there are some
Para quem gostar
extra
disto,
hidden secrets
muito
that
louco.
we don't want to give away right now, which, as you know from our game, we like to hide in there and we like people to find, which is always fun. And then, in conjunction with this release, we're also releasing a separate costume pack, which is a kind of take on what the characters would look like if maybe this game took place in a different time period.
Ooh, a little tease. I like that.
And there's some really
Era isso que era aquele aspecto do character.
Well, thank you again so much for coming out all the way from Japan to Showcase Extended, John.
All the way from Japan?
That's all we have to share about the new update for Tango Gameworks' Hi-Fi Rush coming soon. Now it's time for us to return to the second era of Tamriel and the Elder Scrolls Online. ZeniMax Online Studios debuted the trailer for their upcoming expansion at Showcase, and today they're here to break that trailer down for us. Let's hear what the team has to say about the Necrom expansion for Elder Scrolls Online.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for watching the Xbox Showcase. I'm Rich Lambert, the creative director on Elder Scrolls Online.
And I'm CJ Greb, I'm the project art director for Elder Scrolls Online.
Jesus Christ.
One of the really interesting things about Elder Scrolls Online is it's different than really any other game out there. It's not your typical level-gated world. Go anywhere, you can explore in any order you want to.
You really can hop in at any moment, play with anybody, can play any part of the game.
Lord?
And any story.
And of course, I mean, we're on Xbox Game Pass, you know, the biggest open world RPG on Xbox. And if you're at all a fan of Elder Scrolls, you can go places that you maybe have never gone before in Elder Scrolls.
And do things that you've never been able to do. There's so many different activities to participate in.
I'm a librarian.
We've got lore hunting and antiquities, right? There's the dungeons and the trials.
And you can, of course, always revisit lands that you've been to before. We've got Skyrim, Morrowind.
Yeah, and they're different times. You know,
Yeah,
we're
different
almost
time,
1,000
yeah.
years in the past.
Come in by yourself, come in with friends, but don't worry that you're ever not going to have something to do because there are adventures everywhere you go.
Everywhere.
We had an awesome trailer during the showcase. Necrom, Hermaeus Mora.
Yeah.
What's it all about, Rich?
Hermaeus Mora is this Daedric god of knowledge. He's not good, he's not evil. He is just focused on cataloging.
He just
the world
is.
and collecting everything he possibly can to study. And what you kind of see in the trailer is Mora kind of always on guard, always looking over and watching what's kind of going on. And you get to see some nostalgia in there as well from the Dragonborn DLC in Skyrim with the yellow-green skies.
The vast inky sea, the stacks of books.
I'll still never forget the first time you showed us the initial concepts for everything made out of books. I remember looking at that going, oh my god, how are we going to do
How are we
this?
gonna do
Like,
that?
how is this going to run? And
We always try to honor the past, right? Because when we go back to areas that people who play Elder Scrolls games have played, they know these lands. We want them to feel like they're coming home, right? But
Yeah.
have the chance to add a little into the mix.
the art team was able to really play with kind of cool, unique monsters.
Yeah, we were given some great
Oh, God.
places to go for new monsters in the zone. We were looking at making a creature that would kind of freeze you in terror as soon as you saw it, and a creature that has a deeper connection to the overall story of the zone.
We've also got the Tavani Peninsula, kind of the Morrowind vibe.
It's always
There's some
fun to go
boss.
back to this part of Tamriel because it's one of the most imaginative and sort of like visually expressive things that has ever been created for an Elder Scrolls world, and then of course Necrom City itself.
This ancient city that, you know, is rumored to have been built, you know, even before the Tribunal was even established.
Right.
Being able
Wow,
to
the
play with that
Tribunal! I didn't
that
play.
architecture and this ancient city of the dead.
This is a Skyrim game?
Guys gave us a new class to do.
The Arcanist draws their powers from Hermaeus Mora. We really challenged ourselves in the team to make something that didn't feel like anything else that we have built.
Everything we've been talking about sounds amazing, but when do we actually get to play it?
Necrom launches on Xbox June 20th. And
I wanna
wait
go
for everybody
up.
to get in there and see this amazing content that we've created.
Thanks everyone for watching us during the showcase and watching us today.
Down. I want to go down.
Lots of exciting stuff coming for ESO in the future. We'll see you in Tamriel.
So it's more Skyrim. I did it. I did the puzzle. What did I get? Nothing. I opened the thing. It's the phobophobia. The game where we have phobias of phobias.
番組をご覧の皆様、こんにち
I'm
は。
sorry.
まずはじめに
I'm sorry.
3月に開催しました第1回
Otaga, este jogo dá-me pena. Ou vai-me dar pena, eu acho. Que eu sinto que é o jogo que toda a gente vai adorar e ninguém vai comprar. É o jogo preferido, vai ser o flop preferido de toda a gente que ninguém vai ter instalado sequer. Nem comprado. Eu sinto que este é aquele
その
jogo.
中で発表しましたが、第2回オープンベータテストの開催が決定しました。詳しい日程や情報は公式サイトをご覧ください。 それではここからは番組をご覧の皆様に新情報を紹介します。まずはサベージガントレットという新たなモードです。
Fica sendo a apresentação da história disso e parece muito bom, mas depois olho para o jogo e estou velho mais para ele. Eu sinto que toda a gente vai ter de género. Toda a gente tem uma razão para dizer, yeah, nice. Mas também vai ter uma razão para dizer, epá, mas também não. Não é? Eu sinto que é o jogo do bro, I wish you the best. I really do. You look great.
出現してきたらこのようにスカイウェーブのグラビトンケージと合わせて起爆、一網打尽にできました。ミッションは画面上部に表示されている恐竜の
Dá-me pena isso.
サベージガントレットでは
E também, again, não sou um social fucker por isso. You know?
もちろん
You know?
せずに無視することもできますが、ミッション達成の妨げに
O que é que eu tenho ali para baixo?
倒すか倒さないか
Fiquei satisfeito com a cena do pad. Eu vi qualquer coisa que me mandaste um e-mail.
ゲームの流れはディノサバイバルと同じなのですんなり遊べると思います。何やら次のミッションに備えてエグゾスーツを着替えているようですね。なるほど。
Narugodo. Narugodo significa percebi. Ou entendido, não é? É isso que aparece nos subtitles, pelo menos. Isto não dá por... Oh! Isto não devia dar. Eu ia dizer isto não dá porque eu estou locked à armor vermelha. E eu preciso da armor verde para entrar nisto. No entanto, o jogo deixa-me fazer na mesma. So what's the point?
エンドコンテンツに相当するモードなので、基本的にはミッションの難易度は高く設定されています。モジュールの強化、組み合わせはもちろん、チームメンバーのスーツ構成など、よく考えて挑んでみてください。サベージガントレットをクリアすると、このようにクリアタイムが表示されます。その後、自分のクリアタイムがどの程度だったか、ランクによる評価がされます。
O desgaste da parte que faz contacto com os switches nos botões, troquei esse contacto, ficou tudo bem. Não só foi extremamente fácil, não houve aquela cena de ter de desgastar um pouco para ficar com o feeling que tinha antes. Foi uma cena binária, estava perfeito, passou para estragar, a substituição ficou perfeito. E o que é que substituiu? Eu fiquei com a ideia que tu não tinhas coisas para substituir, mas calhar encontraste.
敵との距離に応じて打撃を切り替えながら戦います。他のバリアントスーツも特別にちょっとだけお見せしますね。ゼファーアルファ、エナジーチャクラン、バラージュアルファ、
Grande música do Doom.
ビジラントアルファ、マークスマン、
Nha, nha nha nha, nha, nha nha nha, nha.
村雨アルファ、フロストグレイブ、フリーガーアルファ、チャージ
Trigaro Alpha.
リッチドクターアルファ、デュアリティビーム、スカイウェーブアルファ、
Skyrim. What the hell is the point? Tipo da lava. Eu tenho armor para estar na lava. Eu não percebo porque é que aquilo está assim. Será que é possível chegar àquela parte do jogo sem ter a armor? Deve ser isso. Aquele puzzle deve ser isso. Design para o comando da espécie. Para comandos da PS5. Para saber se queres. Ah, para saber se podes comprar o Sense8. Esquecemos o nome do comando. Como é que se chama o comando? Merda, chamo-lhe sempre Sense8.
It's great to see the dedication from the team at Capcom and how they're building Exoprimal in partnership with the community. Gaming has the power to immerse us in worlds and perspectives we'd never otherwise experience. We can fight dinosaurs, transport to a dystopian future, explore the universe, and conjure
Explore the
magic. And we get to
universe.
do this together, no matter where we are on the planet, the language we speak, what we look like,
Faz
or
isso,
our
meu.
physical abilities.
Para jogar grande Hispanic Feedback, meu. Eu se arranjar Hispanic Feedback vou querer reinstalar o Miles Morales, por exemplo, só para experimentar.
To help underrepresented creators and stories in the industry shine.
não fizer sentido, vou ter que avaliar assim. Se for PC Gaming, continuo com o mesmo comando. Se for PS5, provavelmente vou ter que ceder e ir às hitboxes. Pronto. Desde que não fiz. Olha, sabes o que é que eu te digo? Como amigo, a única coisa que eu digo é: desde que seja uma coisa que não te dê atrozes ou atritos, como é que se diz? Tendinites, está-se bem. Volto já, vou só fazer aqui uma coisa que tem a ver com as entregas dos alunos. Vou ao portátil sacar coisas. Tem maior chance de tendinite que pede. That fucking sucks. Volto já. Olá, eu estou aqui outra vez. É que ela adora a bola que lhe dei, estou mesmo contente. Já tinha dito isso antes, sorry. Sorry. Mas ela ainda gosta, é a sua update que eu tenho para vocês. Mando PS4 Modded, foi uma melhoria enorme. Qualquer dia vou à mesma loja que tu e mando vir. O que é que achas?
We call it DAP. DAP already includes more than 100 emerging developers, and they've launched
Emerging
30
developers.
incredible games, like A Space for the Unbound.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Validate.
Is it a man
and Hoa.
or a machine?
And there are many, many more in the
Tem que jogar
works.
xadrez?
Let's take a look at these amazing games coming up next from ID at Xbox's Developer Acceleration Program.
Outros jogos. Pô, isto é demasiado rápido, me. Vou ter que decorar a ordem. Ter que decorar a ordem dos... Vermelho, azul, vermelho. Opa, não consigo ser rápido o suficiente. Tenho que decorar mesmo. Azul. Oh shit, é a jogada, sorry. Wait, é só super counter hit se... Só dá mais damage, so...
Hey, Paris! It's great to see you. Yeah, great to see you. Thanks for coming to Budapest.
Só mais damage, probably.
We have a boat to catch. A boat? Yep. We don't have a plane? Nope. Come on, Paris.
Oh, fuck. Arruina a componente analógica dos gatilhos? Oh, não. Podes usar sem bateria, o USB port também se foi. Estás-me a fazer uma pergunta? Ah, Oliveira, estás a perguntar ao Oliveira.
Welcome to the world of Dune.
This is incredible.
Dune.
Come on, I want you to meet someone. Hey, how's it going?
How are you, man?
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Paris, I would like to introduce Patrice Vermette, Academy Award-winning production designer.
Damn, he's just playing chess. That's cool.
Nice to meet you. I'm a huge fan of Dune. Now, Patrice, tell me, what is this place?
Imagina gostar de Dune. Dune é muito cool. Vai jogar o cavalo. Posso confiar que ele vai jogar o cavalo? Não.
So it goes back to November 2021. Dune had just hit the movie theaters worldwide, and we got a call from Legendary, and they had the idea that we bring
That's the rainha.
Flight Simulator. And me being a lifelong science fiction reader and fan, a big, huge fan of the Frank Herbert books, how could I say no?
Okay, now it makes sense after seeing the trailer at the
Okay, now it makes sense.
Why you brought me here.
You guys want to take a look? Because we actually do have a couple of ornithopters here if you want to see. You want to take a look?
That would be awesome.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Okay, that was epic.
Look at this. It's a
O algodão não engana.
It's amazing.
Thank you. Denis likes things to be plausible, so that's why they were built to look military, rugged, and stealth.
Now here's the most important question. Were they built to fly?
Funny you mentioned, because I've been asked that question on a couple of occasions.
Ok, vermelho.
No, they don't fly. They are heavy. They're 11 tons.
So Jorg, you had to get this working in the game. How did you do this in Flight Sim?
Yeah, it was actually interesting. So in general, ornithopters can fly.
Eu estou a falar do Dune
Given that it weighs 11 tons, that's going to be
no Flight Simulator. Oh, Toga, tu soubeste isso? Mesmo fixe a ideia. Tipo aquele pássaro, aquele pássaro não, a nave que eles... Yeah, esta que eles estão a mostrar agora. No Flight Simulator, mesmo cool.
Patrice, we're here. Can we go in?
Absolutely. Right, let's do it. Normally we'd go in through the climbing up the landing gear, but this will do.
Yeah, so what's cool about this, Paris, is that all those buttons are actually realistically hooked up to the system. Master engine switch, what you're doing there, above those, the red, are basically all the lights.
And as you notice, it's all analog, because in the world of Dune, there's no thinking machines. Thinking machines have been illegal for 10,000 years.
Yeah, that was actually fascinating when we implemented it. Because it's a science fiction, we thought, oh, it's glass cockpits, everything's going to be computerized. Like, none of it is. This is a very practical helicopter. Almost like from the 1960s.
Ele é carregador com specs parecidas para a bateria, ele não desliga.
Was able to do a lot of cool moves and maneuvers. You're going to be able to reproduce that in Flight Sim?
Oh yeah, totally.
Achas que a bateria só foi à vida? Ficou sem carga? Ficou sem... Como é que se diz? Sem lítios? Não sei como é que se diz.
And that means you can go from a really stable hover to a steep dive and back to a glide instantaneously. I would just say thank you that you designed such an awesome and realistic machine, because that's what we do. We bring realistic machines to life. But if you want to see a little bit more about the game design, I have something for you.
Absolutely, I'd love to see.
Puta da rainha. Yas Queensley.
The setup for this expansion is that you are an Atreides pilot on Arrakis flying an ornithopter.
Arrakis.
Here is what we built. We basically built this section of Arrakis. Here's the capital city of Arkeen. Here's a botanical garden, we have that as well. And the first thing we do is we train you up. The fast takeoff, fast landing, and then the deep dive. And then we take you to some of the extreme locations, like the Bow of the Cliff,
Any nerds in chat?
Hole in the Rock, the Red Chasm.
Onde é que está a Catarina para ela de repente ter vontade de comprar o Flight Simulator?
But that basically wraps up the experience. It's going to be great.
Super exciting. Hey,
it was great to see you again.
Paris, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me. All right, Jorg. Where to next?
Well, I don't know what they eat on Arrakis, but this is Budapest, and I hear they have excellent goulash. I know a place.
Well, let's go.
I'm an idiot. Okay. Pensei que ia ser o Kingo. I'm dead. Blue. What color is this?
Lies of P.
What is this, gamer? Oh, Lies of P! Esse jogo vai ser tão hype. Acho que toda a gente está hype com esta merda. Toda a gente, caralho. Eu sou um nerd? Look at him, he's cool. He looks like Timothée Chalamet.
We meet.
You are awakened by a mysterious voice.
Can you hear me?
You must adapt
Lies
yourself
of Shishi.
and your weapons to face untold horrors,
Spell
untangle
Ecop.
the unfathomable secrets of the city's elites, and choose whether to confront predicaments with the truth or weave lies to overcome them on the journey to find yourself. You are able to create your
Lies
own
of
weapon
PP size.
with a combination of these blades and handles. Of the hundreds of possible combinations with different respective appearances,
Mentiras do Xixi.
performances, attack motions, and patterns. Each and every blade
Onde é
and
que eu-
handle
onde é
has
que eu
its
vou?
distinctive
Eu não sei como-
Fable Arts. Fable Arts is a special combat skill
Claramente
that can
eu
be
ativei
casted by consuming Fable
qualquer coisa,
slots.
né? Por esta altura já
Fable
está tudo
slots
ativado.
can be charged again through combat.
Vocês,
Select your
yeah.
own special skills
Yeah.
to vanquish your enemies.
Eu, yeah.
The
Vocês,
Legion Arm
yeah.
is a prosthetic on
Vocês,
P's left arm.
yeah.
The Legion Arm can exhibit
Ficamos em
special
loop, caralho.
abilities by
Foda-se.
consuming the Legion gauge, providing you an eclectic combat experience. So, puppets are all there are? I highly doubt that. You'll have to face all sorts of monsters. Puppets only being one of them.
Puppets.
You're not quite done yet. Bone-chilling bosses await you.
Eu quero que seja tudo criações do Gepeto. É o que faria mais sentido. Seria mais óbvio,
If
por
a
isso não
boss
pode
seems
ser
too
isso.
intimidating, you might want to get help from a specter. In boss matches, you can summon a specter that will assist you in battle. With a bit of help, you will be able to defeat bosses with more ease.
Defeat bosses. With your
Key
PP.
Organ is a system that allows you to upgrade your character. Use quartz to optimize P to your liking. Within the P
Oh, shit.
organ, you can select which slots to unlock.
Did you see this secret that
depending on
I
your
just done?
preference.
It was a secret. I'm secreting,
There will
guys.
be times when you will be confronted with choices where you can give comfort
Não
to
sabia que
others
estava a
and
fazer.
sorrow or despair by
Tive que
lying,
testar, não é?
or you can choose to tell the truth.
Opa, os
Carve your own
generators
path.
estão todos feitos. Não há mais
Meet
generators.
Liza P on Xbox One, Xbox Series, and Game Pass. Coming to you this
Talk to
September
Nahre.
19th.
Talk to Nahre.
At the heart of Hellblade is our
Hellblade?
ambition to sink you into
Like
Senua's
Maria.
world and
She loves this
story.
game.
To do this, it's critical that we make it as easy as possible for you to suspend your disbelief. One key method of achieving this is our use of performance capture.
Performance capture. Hello, governor.
What I want to achieve on
A
stage
bo-
is to get the best performance and best storytelling from the actors, and then to get that into the game.
And then
as
eventually we
faithfully
make a
as
game
possible.
after
I wanna
that
see
thing.
what I saw on stage in the game.
Nahre.
When we were shooting a scene from the Xbox showcase, it was quite a somber mood on set, because that was one of our moments in the game where
Lloyd
it's
Fragment
just Senua,
attuned.
just Senua and the Furies, and we have an opportunity to connect with the player one-on-one.
Are they?
Where are you?
What do they want?
I'm sorry.
At this point in Senua's journey, she's had her confidence eroded. There's a lot of doubt, and she needs to find within herself a spark of hope, that strength that she has, in order to continue on.
Everything I've done.
I'm a movie.
Let me to this place. We've come so far.
While this scene is relatively simple, the scale and complexity of our performance capture has multiplied to meet our creative ambitions on Hellblade 2.
We shot the first Hellblade in the boardroom of our old studio. It was very MacGyvered
Cool.
together. In the new studio, we have a custom-built mocap space, which has
Eles agora devem ter
pretty much
40 estúdios
everything
depois do
we
primeiro
could
jogo.
have dreamed of. We've got projectors, so we can recreate sets on the ground if we need to. We've got loads of props that we have available to us at any time, so we can build sets.
Jesus.
I remember coming into interview and seeing the setup down there and immediately being impressed
Tech
by
Ninja?
the clear commitment that had been made to
Tech Ninja. I love these made-up names.
life performance with
Não gostas
great
também,
quality
tá? Na
data.
tua empresa, os
So we've
made-up
got
names.
A lot more cameras this time around. They're kind of top of the line at the moment. And in the kind of space that we have downstairs, we have nearly wall-to-wall coverage, which is really impressive and is not something that is common. It's certainly a step up from a few cameras
Esta
set up in the
pianada.
boardroom.
With our setup, we can push even further
Oh,
on our
this setup.
ambition of bringing through as much of our actors' performances as possible into the game, even down to the most nuanced of movements.
So when you've got a optical system like ours set up and calibrated well, you can track performers' movements down to the millimeter. So we can
Millimeter?
see somebody shuffling their finger along the table or just wiggling them very gently. You can see hesitation and breath. You know, there's no need to push the action and overact. You can just be your character.
I'm here now.
I love
What we
you.
want is the best performance
I
possible.
love you very
the
much.
best immersion possible for the player, and that's why we go to these lengths.
Há quantas horas é que isto está a dar? Eu não me importo nada.
Fidelity of performance into the game.
Aí eu fiz save aqui perto.
What do you want me to do?
Drathus.
With performance capture being at the heart of our character movement, our props and staging had to facilitate
I'm
our
a
vision.
little big
I don't want to
fucked.
give any spoilers away, but there is going to be a boat in the game. That boat will have several characters on board. We wanted to be able to capture the motion
You are in
of a
my
boat
way.
across multiple characters
Still
simultaneously.
I'm fighting
And
Alucard right now.
We, for the first time, had the space to be able to construct a
Yeah.
proper rig for this. So we
Oh,
had
when it's a
platform
boomerang.
which could be moved in any
Oh,
number of
fuck.
ways to create that kind of pitch and yaw and roll that you would get on the ocean.
Wait, do I have to
and
fight
we
the
got our
sword?
actors up onto this boat
Stupid
and
sword.
captured scene with high waves and a storm, and we got incredible data from
Oi.
really, really amazing. The most important part of my role is to make sure that story gets told. And
Does it go back?
having these wonderful actors we're working with bring their talents to bear on these characters has been such an amazing experience.
Such. Sorry. I'm just mashing. Macho.
My name's Larry Herb, Xbox's Major Nelson. Welcome.
Oh,
welcome
a espada
to
está a ficar
FanFest. I'm
partida.
excited to be here. Here we go.
Muito
Let's
cool.
roll that video.
Xbox. You gotta buy an Xbox. The Xbox is the best thing that you could ever get. I'm dead. X motherfucking box. Por que a cabeça desta gaja é tão grande? Que absurdo. O verdadeiro Evil Man vai aparecer agora.
Obrigado.
Obrigado? I can't believe it. Portugal caralho.
At FanFest Melbourne, it's playing awesome games and having a great time.
There is so much going on here tonight.
What the fuck boss is this?
Honestly, I've never felt so good to be part of Xbox in my life. I'm just wandering around. I've been
Ekbok.
talking to people, and everybody is so excited about what's to come.
We really put a lot of emphasis on empowering creative risk, and there's so much excitement for what we're going to be able to deliver going into 2024, and even games in 2024 that we haven't talked about yet. So our mission, our strategy is to bring.
I don't even know if this is
everybody, no matter where they want to play,
required.
how they want to play, and I just feel, you know, a real responsibility, a real privilege, excitement that we get to be the ones to build those games that are going to be at the
Ekbok.
center of no matter what we do.
Oh, eu agora estou a gozar, mas um dia vou querer fazer parte da Ekbok e não vou poder. Vou querer fazer parte dos fixes.
And I'm the community manager for Light Your Frontier. Today, I'll be playing with Kelly, Anita, and Carolina to explore the new multiplayer features Light Your Frontier has to offer.
Ultimate
Good morning.
power.
Today, we should continue building up the base we started yesterday. We'll need more resources, and it'll be faster if we work together to collect them. Continue work on that?
What's the point of this?
No. Hey, that
Oh,
looks
it's
great.
to prevent
Thanks. It's my
those
favorite color.
swords
Dang, the farm looks
from
pretty good
appearing.
with all the grown crops.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm looking
I know,
forward to making the
right?
farm even bigger.
I'm gonna work on making our home look a little bit better.
Oh my god,
and then
carreguei no
I'll,
botão errado.
Great. I'll see you in a bit then.
What do you want to focus on gathering, you think?
I can get wood to start with, and then you can help me get some aluminum.
Aluminum.
I'll get some stone also then. That should cover a lot of what we need for crafting and building. Once we've finished, let's head back and help with the buildings.
Resupply to
Should I
the
just
rescue.
duck?
How's it going up there?
I think I've got a good idea of what I want things to look like from up here.
Nice.
Oh, there's so many good choices.
I know, right?
Oof. But I think that looks good.
Can't wait to see it.
There's loads of aluminum
Do you guys
here.
want to play
They're
this
actually
game?
pretty strong, so we can do it faster if we both agree.
Jogo para socializadores.
After we bring this back,
Que é para
I'll
jogar
take
com
a look in
grupinho.
some other regions to see what materials they have.
I'm done up here, so I'll come join ya.
Oh, my inventory is getting full from this harvest. I think we should build some like silos or crates to store it all.
Yeah, we should probably build a fence around those two as
Aparentemente. Então tenho acima de 50%.
Let's get on it.
Here we go.
Isso
I'll
já
help
tem
with the
tal.
silos next.
Yo,
No.
anyone need materials? Because we got a ton of stuff.
Yes, please. Oh my gosh.
Fantastic.
Do you want us to start helping you build?
Yes, please, please, please.
All on it.
What do you think of the layout?
Yeah, it looks great to me.
I'm almost done with the fences here.
Acima de 50%, pois. Oh, what the fuck? Is this story?
Hey,
Some
everyone!
shit?
I was going for more materials and I found some ruins over there.
Really?
Jump in your mechs and come see this.
Oh,
Demonic.
wow, what is this? Oh, look at that.
Agony.
So cool.
That door is huge. Wow.
I wonder what's
Wow, this
inside,
game is
though.
so
Tomorrow we
cool.
should totally find a way to open this. Let's head back to
You
the
guys
base and
gotta
see what
buy
we can
this
do.
game. Para ser totalmente honesto, vamos ser totalmente honestos. Não, para ser totalmente fair com este anúncio, eu é que carreguei no Xbox Extended Presentation. Eles não me obrigaram a ver isto. Né? Tem total bem superior a 100%. Mano, isso quer dizer que eles não sabem o que é que significa 100%, não é? Foi como uma vez estava a ver o Naruto e um gajo estava tipo: esta coisa tem uma probabilidade de 120% de acertar. Eu I don't think you know what percentages are.
Just follow my instructions.
São psicólogos, são pessoal que foi para letras só porque queriam fugir de matemática. Quem mais é que fodia as percentagens? What the fuck? Este jogo vai ficar Darkness? Isto está preto e branco porque eu estraguei o computador? Ter que jogar isto sem cores é chato. Alguma coisa que esteja a pescar no ecrã ou assim? Eu não faço ideia para onde ir. É no ar? É no ar e é na terra. Já passou, já passou.
This year we got to announce 33 Immortals from Thunder Lotus, and I'm here now with Stefan and Will to walk through a demo of the game, which I've never played before.
Será que é para ir para aqui?
Excited about this. So we're gonna jump in.
Só posso ir para Talos' Mind?
33 Immortals.
Então vou assumir que é...
Action roguelike for 33 players.
Que é isto? Vou assumir que é isto que é para fazer, não é? É que tipo, nunca na vida vou ler, não é? És maluco? De por cima a história deste jogo é desinteressante. Acho eu, não sei, não li.
Everybody's spawning in. That's us. This is 33 player multiplayer.
Yeah.
Not a normal number of
Então, quer jogar Hades com 33 pessoas?
How did you come up with 33 players?
We were searching for a significant number where we can all play on the screen. Yeah. We stay together on the screen, so 33.
Devia-se chamar Hades 33.
But as the game is inspired by the Divine Comedy,
Is inspired.
Alighieri, written in the 14th century, and this poem has 3 sections. Inferno,
Aqui é só xenofóbicos, pessoal.
Each section has 33 chapters. And so we say, oh, let's do 33 players.
I love it.
33 Immortals.
Man, I love what you said, Will. That when you guys started,
That's pretty cool. My name is Phil Spencer, and I'm the Xbox guy.
Fill out the full roster of the game.
Yeah.
It's just such an awesome point.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge when you're trying to do that.
I love it.
Okay, so no two runs are the same. We're actually
Este vídeo da
playing in
Xbox é um vídeo de tentar
different
secar. Olha que
we are in the cemetery.
Olha que a apresentação da Xbox eu acho que foi a melhor deste ano.
Map is going to show
Ou deste verão, vá.
We can see
Não sei.
that we are 33 right now, actually, in Inferno, but we are scattered around the world.
Oh, we're not all in the same place.
Yeah, because we all have to complete torture chambers.
Got it.
To make the game progress.
Extended, opá, um gajo tem que passar o tempo de alguma maneira, certo?
Southwest of Inferno.
Yeah.
And so the closest torture chambers.
Mas tu já tinhas visto a Extended?
Okay.
So let's go there.
Got it.
Estou a ver agora porque ao fim da tarde estava ocupado com a escolinha, não é?
This one I have a good feeling for.
Isto não está a dar? Quantas horas é que foi isto? 2 horas? 3 horas? Jesus.
The music's kind of cool.
That's okay.
Thank you. This is Max LL, who's actually done the music.
Meti logo em modo rádio. E depois-me a jogar um Metroidvania.
We are in Montreal, yes.
Close to one of our XGS studios in
É assim, claramente a Extended não é suposto dar atenção máxima, é para fazeres outra coisa qualquer enquanto está a dar por trás. Eu sinto. Agora, a da Xbox normal. Isso foi para estar tipo, what the fuck, Fable? What do you mean?
This is not Spirit Fair.
No, but like, how do you think about that from a studio standpoint? Having such, I mean, they're stylized games.
Mas quando é que a cor volta?
Outside of that, very different games.
We're not worried about, genre. Our goal is really to just try and make unique, immersive, creative experiences that players love and that they want to play for.
Não precisas de ligar.
Awesome, I love that.
Yeah.
This guy who's getting out of my comfort zone sometimes.
Isto é Phil a jogar?
What do we do?
Holy shit. That makes it funny. Devem estar todos a jogar, não é?
That's what you're saying.
God, yeah.
Oh, they're back on us.
Como é que eu... não posso dar tiros?
We'll face the wrath of God.
Careful. Wrath of God.
Oh no. Dash. Run away.
3 Ace Attorneys vem para a Steam. Só não sei porque é que isso... First of all, não sei porque é que isso vai demorar um ano. Jogos que já têm 10 anos.
Where are you?
E second of all...
Well, why weren't they in the torture chamber?
Isso não é assim muito... Como é que eu dizer? Não é propriamente um jogo novo, não é?
Yeah. We're getting hammered right now. Okay.
Come on!
Okay, here's a guy. Can you revive me?
Yeah. Just stop moving. That's good. One up.
Yeah, I'm up.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh no.
Devem estar a passar o jogo antigo pelo AI.
What is this?
The holy fire. One nose.
Now we're in holy fire?
Vão passar aquilo pelo AI para retocar as texturas. Isso demora um ano.
So that's the last battle.
Here, can we get this? Can people jump in my heels?
Yeah. I mean. Oh.
I tried to do the heal. Don't mind me, the wandering soul.
Save me, please.
like a zombie.
Maybe someone.
Did I mention I'd never played before?
Oh no, I died too.
Bill.
Okay, hopefully the team can carry us.
Hopefully we are not alone.
There's a lot of enemies in this small space.
Gonna try to not move.
Okay.
Don't move, and hopefully someone is going to be able to revive you. Okay, good.
Oh, I'm in.
I'm up.
I'm in. Okay.
Back.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is the last step.
The last step.
Right.
Oh, enganei-me.
Okay. Yeah.
We did it?
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now
Pode
we've
ser a
ascended.
pessoal.
Yeah.
That was first
Epic.
chapter of first book. Is that how I should think about it?
Yeah.
It's the first world, so it's Inferno.
Yeah.
And
First
each
genre.
region has its whole big set of challenges and everything.
And this is
Pardon your French.
And its final boss fight.
That's what this is. Well, since we've basically come through unscathed so far, this should be easy.
First Zawardo. Oh shit. Look at the game.
Yeah, it's easy. You saved us
Mas
from having to
este
kill the final
33
boss.
player game, dá para jogar sozinho? Isso é que me interessa.
I like it.
Preciso
I
saber
like
se
it.
tem essa feature de
Well,
jogar sozinho.
best of luck to you and the team and everything that's going on. Can't wait for this game to come out. I won't ask for the date because I know that's unfair. But it was great to have in the show and great for you to come down and we got the opportunity to play. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks for watching Showcase Extended. I love these opportunities
Olha,
to show more
querias tanto que
about
acabasse que
everything that
acabou.
you saw in the showcase itself. Thanks to everybody that supported us, and have a great week. Thanks, everybody.
É o Alucard. He's avoiding me? Espera, o urso foi-se embora? Jean-Claude? Foi rápido, não foi? Foi no instante. Isto passa assim, rápido. As you wish, Europa. Time to set things right. Ah, tem que ir com o ursinho. Olá, ursinho, estás bom? Stop moving so much, you'll ruin it. Alpino. Eu meto sempre um L entre o A e o P. I think you should give your bear some credit. Why are you painting me today? Why are you gay? Bora ver esse vídeo. You knew you were going to die. I know you're here. Metal Gear. You're a good woman. Please take this. I'm fully equipped now. Diz o achievement da Steam. It's the Lloyd Armor. Sou uma navegante da lua muito poderosa. The Grace of Oriel. Attacks now deal Lloyd damage. Agora já passou. The Lloyd bar will now recover automatically. Press B to activate Irish Dash and destroy weaker enemies upon contact. I can charge the Aura Blast of a burst of Lloyd. Posso mudar? Super poder. Super poder. Ok. Let's do this. Peraí. Should I save? I don't even know. Hello, devs. How do I break this? Oh. Uau! A parte mais fixe desta apresentação, Raul, foi DLC para o Hi-Fi Rush. Não me lembro mais nada. Vídeo, áudio. Que cena, parece que... Com esta armor fica super poderoso, é isso? I mean... Of course. Of course you're very powerful. Sou a Angel. E a Angel? Angel of Darkness. Ler. Le Mal. Tem aqui qualquer coisa, não tem? Tá ali. Será que ali é o único sítio onde posso fazer save? Loito ataque. Oi. Yeah, estamos extra speed. Agora não posso. Okay. Oi, atravessei o gajo. Whoa. I guess that was not a lesser enemy. Cool. Tem musquia aqui? É só musquios. É o Travolta. Are you real? Yes, I am. Are you alright? This place has been playing tricks on me. Who are you? Condor. This Condor guy fucking sucks. You know why? Because I want to play, and he's like, blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Observatory. Este é o sítio novo? Ugh. Que cena, não mudaram o design da Nina no elevador? Com o Light Armor. Que situação. Can I not save the game? Wait. É a Arca de Noé, não é? Olha os musquios. O que é que ele me pediu para fazer? Find all of Director Condor's musicians scattered around Talosh. Só falta um. Eu tenho muitas light whatever. Deixa eu ver. I don't have enough materials? I need 7? What the fuck? Sector H. É só subir? Wait. Isto é os Kickstarter backers, ou caralho? Jesus Christ. Oh, is this like a puzzle or some shit? Vou dar ao início. Não. Oh, não, é só subir. E as coisas ficam darkness. Imprisoning me. All that I see. Absolute horror. É agora. Oh man. Rar. Estas não são plataformas? Quer dizer, são plataformas para o bicho. I'm dead. Eu agora não consigo... Não há mecanismo. Oh! Já me fodi. Oh. Morri. Contei uma piada. A minha cara. Mas o que é? Queres falar sobre alguma coisa? Oi, shit. Auga, auga! Volto já. Quando eu voltar, deixei um link de um vídeo para ver. estou de volta. Vai ser o Nega, não vai?
In 2011, legendary Silicon Valley investor Mark Andreessen published his most famous essay, that software is eating the world.
Wait, what?
His assertion was that despite
What are
the
you
dot-com
talking
bubble
about? Like
in the
this?
1990s,
Vou ver um
software
bocado.
would permeate all industries, from agriculture to defense, in the
Vou ver
form
um
of
bocado.
online services, and there would be a new wave of high-growth, high-margin,
Ah, já
defensible...
sabes.
Fast forward 10 years, and Mark's thesis has held true. The way
Always
software is
Nega.
developed, distributed, consumed, priced, and sold has radically transformed in the past decade. Historically, software was self-hosted. It was sold in stores, distributed in CDs, positioned as a lifetime one-and-done purchase, stored
Já percebi onde é que isto vai dar.
locally, and restricted to a single computer for offline use. Stability was valued above all else, and updates were rare and risky. Today, it's the opposite. Modern software is consumed as an online service, generally in the form of web applications or mobile applications.
Sabes porque é que eu acho que isto acontece, Doga? Na minha opinião. Mas não digas isto a ninguém. Isto é um segredo de... É um segredo da craft, na minha opinião. É que as pessoas que... Eu sinto que as pessoas que gerem o business... Ou as pessoas que fazem tipo os frameworks e não sei o quê, são devs. E está no interesse dos devs, que os devs têm o máximo de sobrevivência. E então... Então as coisas são arquiteturadas de maneiras específicas.
Digital distribution has become king. For anything that can't be
Mas não digas a ninguém.
accessed through an internet browser or the App Store, it can be downloaded directly. License keys and activation codes are virtual, and software is now meant to be used on multiple devices. Most of all,
É tipo os mecânicos, vais lá, eles arranjam a maneira de voltar sempre lá.
modern software is about rapid continuous improvement, where speed is the priority, even at the expense of stability. Updates are constant and new features are regularly introduced. You can see software as a service in nearly every facet of modern life. Look at Photoshop, a strictly licensed single device that was sold on CDs as a one-and-done purchase for $700 in the early 2000s. Nowadays, you can only get Photoshop as a $9.99 monthly service through Adobe Creative Cloud. Instead of building an iTunes library of $10 music albums and $30 movies, you can pay $9.99 a month for a service like Netflix or Spotify. Software as a service
Depende, eu estou a falar de arquitetos.
has become
Mas os devs é tipo... Eu acho que os devs... Eles vão olhar para aquilo e é tipo... Espera aí, eu estou numa hamster wheel, mas eles não reparam e pagam-me grandes salários forever, por isso está-se bem, caguei.
become equally popular.
Mas sentes que é muito hamster wheel? Eu acho que, Taga, se tu entrasses... Ou que fosses tipo, só observar as empresas, várias empresas de software, só observar, só falar com o pessoal assim que está mais à frente, e, tipo o pessoal de produto, o pessoal de business, o chefe de tech, os CTOs e tal, falar com eles, eu acho que ia chegar à conclusão, peraí, isto é só estúpido. Mas eu sinto que é tipo uma hamster wheel, sempre, always turning, always going.
With enterprises.
Deadlines voláteis.
Salesforce, QuickBooks Online, Snowflake, Jira Cloud, and MongoDB are all leading B2B SaaS companies and products. None of this is really news, though. SaaS is a well-known phenomenon that's fueled by its unparalleled value creation and value capture. When software is delivered as a service, consumers aren't locked into long-term commitments or risking hundreds of dollars up front. You swipe a credit card for a few bucks, try out the service, and stop paying whenever you feel like you're not getting value. For consumers, SaaS is affordable, convenient, and flexible. For companies, SaaS allows them to monetize faster, ship code quickly.
Diz a cadela, peraí. Para as empresas SaaS significa que podes ter updates mais rápidos ou visto pelo ponto de vista oposto, não tens que entregar o produto todo perfeito logo na primeira deadline. Depois a gente faz patch e nem é só isso, é tipo a maneira como vais pensar no produto já não vai é de uma maneira muito diferente, tipo tu não estás a apontar para um produto stable. Se calhar estás a apontar mais para uma cena que seja tipo carrot in the stick.
Push updates after launch and iterate. Most important of all, SaaS.
Ou seja, a arquitetura não vai ser como a arquitetura está sempre a mudar, nunca vai ser uma app sólida. Isto na minha opinião, pelo menos. Vai sempre ser uma app cheia de decisões questionáveis que não resiste ao tempo, at all. Tens mesmo que estar sempre a mudá-lo ou whatever. Nunca mais vais ter uma cena tipo o Doom a correr num teste de gravidez. Tipo, nunca mais vais ter uma app assim. Enquanto se pensar desta forma, estás a ver?
Gross margin hovers at 80%, Microsoft's at 70%, Google's gross margin is 60%, and Adobe's is at 90%. Adobe makes more money today with $9.99 a month Creative Cloud SaaS than they did selling $700 Photoshop licenses back in the 2000s. When investors see margins like these, they can't resist jumping in. This has led to the flywheel effect of venture capital, startups, and IPOs that has been fueling tech for the past decade.
Apontas para roadmap de features, yes. Man, dos memes da indústria dos jogos nos últimos tempos estava a ser os gajos apresentavam roadmaps, tipo, imagina, apresentavam Battle Passes e depois apresentavam roadmaps. Isso era ganda meme. Eu não acredito que isso foi real. E este ano já houve um jogo que fez isso. Não me lembro do nome do jogo. Hello Noah Barger, how you doing? I hope you can speak Portuguese. If you don't, I can speak English, just for you.
But what most people are missing is that while software as a service has become more popular, the standards and quality of software itself have been declining. Software as a service is so prevalent these days that the culture of startups and SaaS are basically intertwined. The ship fast, fail fast attitude has meant that SaaS products nowadays often launch way before they're ready, with bugs and incomplete functionality. Although companies tried to ride through the initial backlash with fast follow improvements,
e há muita cena de se vender. Há muita cena de se vender as coisas que ainda não está na tua app. Já ouvi isto, ok? Que ainda vai faltar muito. Ou coisas que até nunca vão chegar lá.
Often don't live up to that promise. SaaS products have also become ruthlessly monetized, meaning that companies will paywall anything they can to get users to spend more, even if that feature is essential to using the service. As Mark Andreessen predicted, industries all over have indeed embraced software as a service, but there's one particular industry that has taken advantage of the declining standards to deliver aggressively monetized, yet progressively worse, unfinished, buggy SaaS products for maximum profit year after year after year. That is the gaming industry. In the old days, people would line up at GameStop or Target to get their hands on the latest video games. For $60, you get the game on a CD and a nice case. You could spend some more and pre-order the game to get special goodies. A few months later, you could drop $15 to $20 more for some downloadable content. Back then, the purpose of DLC was to extend a game's lifespan. After launch, if the game sells well, the studio goes back into R&D, players wait a few years, the sequel gets eventually announced at E3, pre-orders go live, players line up once again at GameStop, rinse and repeat.
Damn.
Then, consumers
Depressing.
for $60.
O que eu estou a sentir cada vez mais ridículo é quando os produtos que em mundo nenhum deviam ser serviços começam a ficar com serviços associados, por exemplo, carros. Ei, viste aquela cena de desbloquear? I'm sorry, eu devia estar com isto em all screen. Devia. O que é que eu ia dizer? A cena dos carros, tipo, desbloquear. O quê? Ar-condicionado? Já não me lembro. Desbloquear coisas mesmo básicas. Qualquer dia estás a desbloquear, sei lá, airbags. A BMW com qualquer coisa desse género, não é?
The traditional video game business model centered around this one-time $60 purchase.
That's fucking crazy.
Build up a fan base, and the more sequels you release, the more money that you'll make. But video games are moonshots. Making a good video game is hard. A good video game also doesn't always sell. To make a game, you invest millions of dollars every year for 2 to 5 years in continuous R&D. If you get to launch, you'll need to spend millions more on marketing. You do all this with no guarantee in the end that the video game you make will even sell. In the early 2010s, if you exclude indie games, video game development budgets were anywhere from $5 million to $50 million. If you include advertising and marketing, the total cost of producing a video game could be anywhere from $30 million to $300 million. Like movies, the ROI for video games is completely unknown until it launches. The only safe investments are the proven AAA franchises like Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, Halo, Mario, and Pokemon, where customers drop money on sequels and DLC without hesitation. Since the early 2000s, publishers like Activision, EA, Ubisoft, and Sega spend millions every year looking for the next blockbuster franchise. To this day, Call of Duty, FIFA, Madden, Assassin's Creed, Yakuza, NBA 2K are all franchises that pump out a sequel every year. But AAA franchises don't always last.
Qualquer dia metam sensores de estacionamento no carro. Ou então não, ou então vendo o carro. Por cêntimo.
So frequently that quality declined, players lost interest, and the IP became worthless. Because of the moonshot nature and the one-time monetization model, innovation was crucial to the gaming industry.
What's a moonshot
Just like venture
nature?
capitalists looking for the next hot startup, video game publishers take a similar scattershot approach to find the next Call of Duty or Halo. In the late 2000s, publishers were constantly bringing new IPs to market, funding up-and-coming studios, and encouraging creative freedom and risk-taking in hopes of fostering the next blockbuster game. Video games back then were made under the waterfall software development model. Under Waterfall, you set a deadline years into the future.
Sim, eu não estou a ver nada num carro que possa ser serviço. O que faça mínimo sentido ser um serviço.
In linear sequential phases. You assess regularly to
Só se fosse internet. Já vi pessoas a terem internet no carro, mas também com o telemóvel já não. Isso não faz sentido, não é?
It wasn't uncommon for games to get delayed, but the end product released was still generally stable and complete. Modern video games are nothing like the offline single-player-centric video games of the past. The most popular games today, Fortnite, Apex Legends, Warzone, Rust, PUBG, League of Legends, just to name a few,
PUBG
are
Battlegrounds.
software as a service. The gaming industry refers to SaaS games as live services. Apex, Fortnite, Warzone, and League are all leading examples of free-to-play live services. GTA Online, Escape from Tarkov, PUBG, and Red Dead Online are all examples of popular titles where you still have to pay upfront to play. DLC has become the primary monetization model for modern video games. Microtransactions and loot boxes are present in so many video games to the point that not having them in a game is considered big news.
Olha,
And unlike
se eles pudessem já pagavas.
lifespans, modern live services are meant to last forever. Just like SaaS products
Ou
in other
então,
industries, these games
imagina,
release a relentless stream of updates
estás a ver que as
and
gráficas,
to keep players
ei,
engaged and spending. Compared to the past, where players would spend $10
imagina,
one time for maps and
desbloqueares o
DLC nowadays
clock da
is
tua
never-ending
gráfica
stream of $10 season
para ela
passes,
durar mais tempo.
$20 skins, and in-game cosmetics that can cost hundreds of dollars. Even the latest
Mas pagares para isso.
Battlefield and Halo games all operate like a SaaS. At the same time, the quality of modern video games has declined. Fallout 76, Cyberpunk, Anthem, No Man's Sky, Battlefield 2042, and Halo Infinite are all recent examples of just how far standards have dropped. Launching buggy, unfinished SaaS games and then promising to fix it later is now standard industry practice. Modern games are made with a mix of waterfall and agile software development models. Under Agile, development is broken down into 2 week
Não sei como é que se sobrevive àquilo.
faster, frequent delivery of software, breaking up deliverables into small, bite-sized tasks, and promotes the flexibility to defer work into the future. As long as something is being shipped, no matter how small, it's considered a win. Almost every SaaS product in every industry these days is developed under Agile. Under Waterfall and the traditional single-player video games of the past, it would have been a death sentence to knowingly ship an incomplete or buggy game. Studios would much rather delay the launch than to launch a poor product. But with today's games and digital distribution, delays are fairly rare. Modern games launch even if the product is incomplete or unstable. Under Agile development and SaaS principles, this hasty output is permitted under the guise that
A mim dá-me a impressão que, por exemplo, no caso do Cyberpunk, dá-me a impressão que a arquitetura daquilo nem sequer nunca na vida ia funcionar para conseguir sair simultaneamente na gen atual e na gen passada. Mas eles tentaram lançar na mesma.
Nowadays, fewer game studios are being funded, fewer IPs are coming to market, developers bypass E3 to talk directly with their consumers, publishers are putting themselves up for sale, and every game this generation seems to be a live service multiplayer with microtransactions. In this episode, we're going to look at 3 different gaming companies and see how their strategies and business models have evolved over time with software as a service. First is CD Projekt Red, the Polish company behind the best-selling Witcher video game franchise. While the industry has rotated to SaaS, multiplayer, and microtransactions, CD Projekt Red has actively resisted those trends. They're a deeply traditional studio who focuses exclusively on single-player RPGs. They openly reject pumping out sequels for profit, and insist that they'll only launch games when they're ready. CD Projekt Red's belief is that if you take the time and effort to make a great game, the quality will speak for itself, and the game will sell even years after launch. No microtransactions needed.
Os próximos updates vão melhorar imenso o jogo, por outro lado nem consolas current gen vão aguentar aquilo, portanto há alguns updates que vão ser PC only, portanto é uma melhoria com um caveat gigantesco.
Projekt Red launched Witcher 2. The game was a critical success, winning 50 awards and putting CD Projekt Red on the map as a promising young studio. But video game sales only accounted for 30% of the company's revenue that year. The company made most of its money back then as a distributor of movies in Poland. After launching Witcher 2, CD Projekt Red went back into waterfall development for Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. Witcher 2 continued to sell after its launch, but in declining amounts. Video game sales dropped 50% from $10 million to $5 million 1 year after Witcher 2's console launch, but then rebounded 30% the year after. CD Projekt Red's top line also declined over the next 2 years as the studio launched no new games and was heads down developing Witcher 3. Between 2012 and 2014, Witcher 2 brought in a total of $23 million. For a game that cost $10 million to make, that's a 130% return on investment with an annualized ROI of 13% over 3 years of R&D and 4 years of sales. In 2015, CD Projekt Red released Witcher 3. The game was a monster success at launch and is considered to be one of the best video games ever made. In its first 6 weeks, 6 million copies of Witcher 3 had been sold. In comparison, it took The Witcher 2 2 years to sell 2.5 million copies.
Jesus.
CD Projekt Red had struck gold. The company went from $30 million in 2014 to $177 million in 2015 with The Witcher 3, a 600% increase in revenue. Witcher 3 sales accounted for 87% of CD Projekt Red's revenue that year. Net income grew by 760%, going from $1 million in net income in 2014 to $76 million in
Oops,
2015.
singing name.
CD Projekt Red's profit margin went from 5% to over 40%. The success of Witcher 3
How am I
elevated
supposed
CD
to-
Projekt Red from a small up-and-coming studio to one of Europe's most respected and valued gaming powerhouses. It cost $81 million to make Witcher 3. Yet in its first year, Witcher 3 had already paid off its development costs with a 90% return on investment and an annualized ROI of 17% over 3.5 years of R&D and just
Return
7
of
months
investment?
sales. Witcher 3 continues to sell well to this day. Its success validates CD Projekt Red's philosophy that good games, no matter how many years after launch, do indeed sell. There has been a post-launch decline in revenue, but it's been a gradual descent. Witcher 3 sales have dropped 30% every year after 2015. But the legacy of Witcher 3 lives on as the title recently surpassed 50 million copies sold and has become one of the top 10 best-selling video games of all time. From Witcher 3's success, we can understand why publishers like Activision, EA, and Ubisoft are all hunting for the next blockbuster game. You'll always miss more than you hit, but when you do hit, your revenue skyrockets by hundreds of millions of dollars, your profit exponentially increases, and your valuation goes up by several billion. All it takes is just one game, and you can easily snowball that success into annual sequels to keep money flowing. But that's not CD Projekt Red's approach. However, just because you made one good game doesn't guarantee that your next game will be just as good. CD Projekt Red snowballed the success of Witcher 3 into hype for its next game, Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk had been in development for 8 years and was considered one of the most anticipated games of all time. Led by John Wick and the reputation of Witcher 3, gamers were expecting greatness even after numerous delays. The company promised a single-player game, more immersive and dynamic.
Wait, did he just say John Wick?
Alongside a SaaS multiplayer with microtransactions. Fast forward to Cyberpunk 2077's launch, and the game was nothing short of a disaster. In response, CD Projekt Red basically turned Cyberpunk's single player into a live service, continually pushing out hotfixes, updates, patches, and new content to make the game playable. Beyond the game-breaking bugs,
Viste ali? Aquilo parecia uma...
broken promises, unfinished
roadmap.
and the bait-and-switch marketing, Cyberpunk 2077 was still a commercial success. CD Projekt Red's revenue quadrupled from $116 million in 2019 to $486 million in 2020.
Bom investimento que eles tiveram foi foi a Netflix. A série da Netflix. O pessoal ficou todo... voltou o hype do Cyberpunk.
$300 million over 8 years of development, Cyberpunk 2077 still made out with a positive ROI in its debut. But there have been consequences. In 2021, CD Projekt Red's revenue and video game sales dropped over 60% just 1 year after Cyberpunk's launch. This 60% drop is a much faster plunge than forecasted and has doubled the decline of Witcher 3's sales 1 year after a game's launch.
O que é que me bateu ali?
After some soul-searching, CD Projekt Red announced that they were canceling Cyberpunk's live service multiplayer game, they were committing to agile development over Waterfall, and they were going to take time to figure out the right blend of offline and online experiences. With Cyberpunk, CD Projekt Red tried to deliver a traditional $60 single-player offline game with a dynamic scope of a live service. Simultaneously, they were building a live service with microtransactions on top of an unstable single-player game without any SaaS expertise or experience. CD Projekt Red's rise and fall is a demonstration of how volatile the traditional video game business can be. All it takes is one game to take you to the moon, and one game to crash you back down. When you only launch one game every 5 years or so like CD Projekt Red, it intensifies the risk on an already risky coin flip. The longer you spend in development, the more pressure and greater the stakes become. As a gamer, I find it admirable how much CD Projekt Red believes in tradition. But if you're only shipping 2 games every 10 years, you have to get at least one of them right to sustain the company. If you get both of them wrong, bankruptcy can be just right around the corner.
Crazy.
There are other companies similar to CD Projekt Red who have enjoyed historical success in the traditional video game business, but have fully pivoted to live services and microtransactions in recent years to keep up with the industry. But just building a SaaS product doesn't guarantee success, and this is the story of Square Enix. Square Enix is a Japanese publisher who owns iconic
Japanese
franchises
publisher.
like Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, Dragon Quest, Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, Hitman, and Just Cause. With IPs
Quem
like
comprou
these,
Tomb Raider?
we argue that Square Enix's expertise with the traditional video game business and single-player RPG roots runs a lot deeper than
Elon
CD
Musk.
Projekt Red. In 2013, Square Enix had a disastrous year with a $100 million loss. They had launched 3 major titles that year with Sleeping Dogs, Hitman Absolution, and Tomb Raider. Even though all 3 games were received favorably and had been developed as console-first titles, each significantly underperformed in sales. Square Enix ended up having to eat its own margins and incentivize retailers with rebates, discounts, and price protection in order to improve their sales. Square Enix's longtime CEO resigned and new leadership took over as part of a massive management reform. Square Enix's new leadership offered a thoughtful reflection to investors when the year came to a close. To quote their annual report, "The financial results in this fiscal year reflect an intrinsic problem within the game business model. Under the model of selling packaged games, the timing by which we may offer a game to customers is limited to the release of the product. Profit opportunities are non-existent during the game's development. Although we are making efforts to streamline our development process, game development requires increasingly long periods of time as the performance of game consoles improve. I believe the problem is not a one-time event. We face the structural issues of an inflexible earnings model and long-term, large-scale development, resulting in a low rate of investment turnover. It is extremely important for us to enable a transition from a disc-based earnings model to a more flexible one. This will define the future of how we pursue game development at Square Enix." To give credit to the company's leadership, they recognized the risks of continuing to operate in this traditional business and saw the need to evolve. In 2014, Square Enix's top line in video game sales had mostly recovered thanks to continued MMO growth and better than expected sales of a remastered Final Fantasy X, Thief, and a full-price re-release of Tomb Raider.
Beef?
In 2015, Square Enix had a quiet year and intentionally kept a low profile.
I'm an idiot.
Was hard at work preparing what it
I'm an
believed to
idiot.
be an unbeatable lineup of AAA sequels that would make 2016 the most successful year in company history. Square Enix hit the market with all its best IPs in 2016. The blockbuster lineup featured Rise of the Tomb Raider, Just Cause 3,
Lies of a Tomb Raider,
Divided, Hitman, Final Fantasy 15,
Okay.
and Dragon Quest Builders. The company's revenue grew by 30% and video game sales skyrocketed by 42%, going from $860 million in 2015 to $1.2 billion in 2016. With the exception of Just Cause 3, all titles were critically acclaimed with solid commercial debuts. Square Enix's net income doubled from $75 million in 2015 to $153 million in 2016. Square Enix's revenue continued to grow in 2017 based on the sustained sales from its blockbuster lineup. Total revenue grew 20% from $1.6 billion in 2016 to $1.9 billion in 2017, which was largely driven by its 25% growth in video game sales.
Oh, really?
Even though all the numbers were going up, behind closed doors, the blockbuster lineup was actually underperforming and Square Enix was not happy. Nearly all the games in the blockbuster lineup had some form of SaaS and microtransactions built in. Hitman was actually released as a live service, meaning consumers paid full price for the game, but there were really only a few levels to play at launch. The studio explained
God,
additional
leve some
levels
com aquela
were
coisa.
featured as DLC over time in episodes so that developers could take player feedback and refine future levels under agile development. This explanation landed pretty poorly with customers and ultimately Hitman failed to sell. In 2017, 1 year after its launch, Square Enix gave up on Hitman entirely. They sold off the studio and franchise rights and wrote down a $43 million loss. While no official numbers have ever been given, the studio came out in 2021 to say that Hitman needed another 4 years of sales at its current pace just to break even. So all in all, 4 years of development and 9 years of sales for an ROI of 0. Deus Ex Mankind Divided launched as a full-price single-player game alongside Breach, which was a separate free-to-play live service in the same game universe. Both games were filled with microtransactions. Mankind Divided's single-player campaign was widely criticized for selling in-game upgrades and virtual currency. Breach as a live service incurred even greater criticism for selling pay-to-win items and in-game cosmetics for a game where players couldn't even see each other. Later, it was revealed that Square Enix had forced the company to implement microtransactions and SaaS into the game with little notice and support. Despite being critically acclaimed, Mankind Divided failed to sell, while Breach died at launch as a live service without a player base. Mankind Divided had been in development for 5.5 years and cost $55 million to make. Square Enix internally estimated that it needed to sell about 3 million copies to break even. As of today, Mankind Divided has reportedly only sold 2 million copies. So 5.5 years of development, 6 years of sales, and Mankind Divided is still operating at a loss. Just Cause 3 and Rise of the Tomb Raider were the only games out of the entire lineup to live up to its sales expectations, so Square Enix dropped Hitman, paused Deus Ex, and gave Tomb Raider and Just Cause the green light to proceed with its sequels. To Square Enix's leadership, the commercial failure of this lineup validated everything they had been saying since 2013. The company could no longer keep launching these expensive flops, nor could it continue taking half measures implementing microtransactions and live services into its games portfolio. If Square Enix was to succeed,
Oh, I was supposed to be here?
software as a service. In 2017, around the peak of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Square Enix signed a massive license agreement with Marvel. The company gave its most trusted development studios, Eidos Montreal and Crystal Dynamics, 3 years and a massive blank check to build the next big live service game based on the Avengers.
Oh, the Avengers?
In the interim, Square Enix launched
That
Just
game
Cause 4 and
sucked.
Shadow of the Tomb Raider, sequels from the remaining few franchises that the company could trust to sell. Unfortunately for Square Enix, what it thought were safe investments turned out to be flops. In 2018, Square Enix's overall revenue declined 3% and video game sales dropped 4% despite the launch of both games. Leadership called out Just Cause 4's disappointing sales as the main reason for the company's struggles. On the other hand, Shadow of the Tomb Raider was one of the most expensive games ever produced, with a budget of $135 million over 3 years of development. Yet the game received a lukewarm reception and is widely regarded as the weakest installment in the reboot trilogy, both in terms of quality and sales. Square Enix continued to commercially stagnate from 2017 to 2020. In 2021, Marvel's Avengers was finally released as a full-price live service game that Square Enix hoped would be the money-printing SaaS that would make up for all the single-player flops of the past 5 years. Unfortunately, the game was a dud. Marvel's Avengers
Where am I
at launch
supposed
was
to be?
hammered by players
Wait.
and critics alike for being repetitive, buggy, unfinished, and boring. Square Enix released free DLC every quarter, adding new characters and missions as part of the SaaS playbook to try to keep users engaged. But players
Vais do
weren't
chão?
sticking around. 2 months after its launch, the Steam player count for the game had declined by 96% to 1,000 players, even dropping as low as 500 players on certain days. Square Enix's revenue in 2021 grew 28%, and its video game sales spiked by 40% thanks to the strong initial sales from Marvel's Avengers. But once the dust had settled and word spread, consumers were ultimately unwilling to spend $60 on another
Nice.
unfinished live service game, and existing
Só
players
tive
had
uma
no
vez
interest
neste
buying
coisa.
$20 skins for a dying game.
Opa.
Marvel's Avengers cost an
Isto
estimated
foi tudo mentira,
$180
afinal-
million across 3 years of development.
Afinal vou perder.
With only 3 million copies
Quem é que
sold
lança
to date,
merda?
Square Enix's
Ow.
leadership admitted that once again, another big game had underperformed. In its latest earnings, Square Enix wrote down $105 million in losses directly associated with Marvel's Avengers. Even if you go
Não
all
fodi.
in on software as a service, it's just not a silver bullet. While EA and Activision are infamous for their microtransactions and ruthless monetization, there is one company that has consistently and quietly outperformed both of these giants when it comes to software as a service. That company is Take-Two
Já me
Interactive,
fodi indeed.
who owns Rockstar Games and 2K. Take-Two's portfolio
These
features
two guys
AAA
are
franchises like BioShock,
insane.
Borderlands, NBA 2K, Max Payne,
Jesus,
XCOM,
o
Red
NBA
Dead, and Grand
2K.
Theft Auto. Rockstar
Jogos
Games is a
custam- a
renowned
base é
studio
tipo
who
120
follows the
euros.
traditional less is more development philosophy.
Meu
Like
microfone
CD
ficou com
Projekt
mau
Red,
contacto.
Rockstar only launches a handful of games every decade.
Fodeu-se o meu
The
microfone.
studio took 8 years to release a sequel to
Mandei
Red Dead
uma cara.
Redemption and 5 years between GTA 4
Hello?
and GTA 5.
Hello?
But the main difference between
Acho que este
Rockstar
microfone está a
and CD
começar a morrer.
Projekt Red is
Já
that
me ouves
Rockstar
normalmente?
consistently hits home runs.
Hello?
GTA 5 on
Yeah.
launch broke industry records.
Este já está
in
outra vez
2018.
normal.
To this day, the game maintains its record as the fastest selling entertainment product in history, earning $1 billion in its first 3 days. With a development budget of $265
Está a ficar
million,
velhote e na hora
GTA 5
de.
achieved profit and a 280%
You know.
ROI in just 72 hours. By 2018, Grand Theft Auto 5 had made $6 billion. And as of 2022, 160 million copies of the game had been sold worldwide. 5 years later in 2018, the studio hit another home run. The launch of Red Dead Redemption 2 set records, making the game the second fastest selling entertainment product in history, earning $725 million in its first 3 days. The game reportedly cost $400 to $500 million to make over 8 years of development. Even with this massive price tag, Red Dead Redemption 2 made profit in just 72 hours. When we look at Take-Two's business performance, what's wild is that the company is actually hitting new heights every year in revenue and income 4 years after Red Dead Redemption 2 and 8 years after GTA 5. Instead of the natural drop-off in sales that you would expect after a game's launch, Take-Two
O
actually
GTA vai vender para sempre. O GTA
While
V.
EA and Activision's revenue also increases every year, it's important to keep in mind that to keep up their growth, those two giants invest significantly more in R&D and release more games annually than Take-Two. In 2013, Take-Two's revenue grew over 100% with the launch of GTA 5. But the company kept its foot on the gas pedal and it used its middle-class franchises like Max Payne, XCOM, NBA 2K, and Borderlands to experiment with microtransactions and SaaS. Borderlands 2 offered a season pass at launch and released 16 different types of DLC over 2 years.
Oh, come on.
NBA 2K13 was the first game in franchise history to offer virtual currency. Despite the lukewarm reception, the company quickly noted the value of transactions as high-margin revenue. By the end of the year, every Take-Two game, including BioShock Infinite, launched with a season pass. In 2014, Take-Two came up with an official term called recurrent consumer spending, in which they put microtransaction and DLC sales into one bucket and full game sales into another. By 2016, every Take-Two game launched with not only a season pass, but at minimum a 1-year roadmap of DLC. Recurrent consumer spending grew on average 60% every year from 2014 to 2017. In 4 years, microtransactions and DLC sales went from being
suposto está sempre
to almost half of Take-Two's overall revenue. Long-tail monetization became the focus.
Okay.
Make $60 upfront and then try to make another $60 post-launch through DLC. But what's unique is that Take-Two actively encouraged its studios to meaningfully tailor DLC and microtransactions to the game and not simply copy and paste proven industry tactics like loot boxes or card packs. Take a listen to this refreshingly thoughtful commentary from Take-Two's CEO on DLCs and microtransactions.
And remember, when we talk about monetization, our goal is always to deliver a phenomenal entertainment experience first and foremost.
Oh shit.
And we figure that if we do that, monetization takes care of itself. We take it as axiomatic that the nature of an experience is the intersection of the quality of the experience and whether you feel you receive value.
Oh shit.
If you go to
Olá Vitaco, estás bom?
And have an incredible meal.
Seja bem-vindo.
It should have cost. You're not going back. Even if you can afford it, even if you're price inelastic, you're not going back. It just doesn't feel good. So we need to make sure that we always deliver more than what we charge. And that's the goal of our company and that's the goal of all of our labels.
In 2019, the company's revenue exploded once again by 50% with the launch of Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Online and GTA Online, live services that were widely criticized at their launch for being buggy, repetitive, and half-baked, were now picking up steam. The consistent flow of annual updates, co-op missions, and game modes to both Red Dead Online and GTA Online were paying off, and players were returning in massive numbers. By 2020, Take-Two had surpassed the $3 billion mark in annual revenue for the first time in company history, fueled by record concurrent consumer spending in NBA 2K, GTA Online, and Red Dead Online. In 2021, microtransaction and DLC sales grew 50% from $1.3 billion to $2.1 billion in a single year. This was the first time in company history where concurrent consumer spending surpassed full game sales, making up 62% of the company's total revenue. That same year, Grand Theft Auto Online hit a record number of active players and microtransaction sales, along with better than expected performance from Red Dead Online. Critics might say that it's not SaaS, but microtransactions that have transformed Take-Two.
Estás no... Estás no trabalho? Mas não estás a trabalhar a partir de casa?
What Take-Two has done is they've modernized their legacy.
Não é cansativo, acho eu. É cansativo mentalmente. Se fosse eu acho que ia estar super cansado mentalmente, né? Porque falar com pessoas...
For the other games in its portfolio, like Borderlands, XCOM, and BioShock,
clientes ainda por cima, né?
didn't rush to those and say, hey, let's turn them all into live services then. What they did was they said, hey, it's possible that a lot of these games
O que é que essas cores significam?
services, so let's just commit to season passes and DLC, but let's not shoehorn those in. Let's integrate it as thoughtfully and meaningfully as possible. If all you need to make money is to introduce microtransactions or make the game a live service, then Square Enix and CD Projekt Red would be in much better places today. Take-Two's lessons for the industry are powerful. Microtransactions are how you can monetize software as a service, but it's not something you can mindlessly throw in and just expect results. At the same time, just like not every product should be a SaaS, not every game works as a live service. Software as a service is a format that has to be strategically applied, and a muscle that requires continuous dedication year after year.
Estou a ser idiota. Yeah. Às tantas é isso. Eu não sei do que era, mas quando eu ia às aulas... Sorry. Quando eu ia às aulas, chegava a casa muito cansado. E era só 2 viagens de 15 minutos cada, ou 20 minutos, vá. E depois... essas viagens super curtas, depois estar lá e depois voltar. E porque é que eu estava super cansado? Eu acho que era tipo na cabeça. Tem a ver com o que vais fazer, I guess. Vais dormir? Fazes bem. Não faças como eu, que me deitei super tarde ontem. Tenha uma boa noite e até amanhã. Se Deus quiser. Não ouço videojogo. Acho que está certo. Acho que está certo não ouvir videojogo. Olha, o vídeo foi fixe. Mas pronto, é isso. Eu gosto de saber essas cenas, bem fixe. Eu gosto muito do business side das coisas. Ah, fuck. Nunca sei o padrão daquilo, no fim. Tal cena. Padrão que eu não percebo. What? Levei com aquele damage na mesma. Oh. Então, ok. Sério, estou aqui a levar na boca deste boss, então não consigo estar muito atento. Boring stream, boring stream. Oi. É melhor quando vejo os malucos do riso, não é? Strip streams. Só fiz uma vez e era sem querer. E o Tog evitou que acontecesse. Ia ser uma DSP style. Yeah, grande DSP. Acho que foi uma stream que eu disse, bem, tchau aí pessoal. Depois ia vestir o pijama. Mas não estava desligado. Ai o caralho. Ok, ok. Jesus. Vermelho. Azul. 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 Oh fuck. No. Jump, jump. Blue. 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 Oh my god. Oh, enganei-me no botão. Por alguma razão achava que... Oh. Achava que tinha carregado no dash para trás. Mas carreguei só no mudar o... dar o cycle na armor. Meti na cabeça. Dizer o vídeo para ver. Acho que não chega só a estar a matar o boss. Tem que ouvir qualquer coisa por trás. Já estou a ouvir Xbot qualquer coisa. Já estou a ouvir o vídeo do Toga que foi fixe. Que mais? 11h43. Oi? Joe Rogan Experience? Acho que isso não posso ver. Qualquer coisa do Jordan Peterson, não é? Às vezes aparecem vídeos do Jordan Peterson recomendados. Mas posso-me baixar? Ok. Outra vez? A cena é que o Peterson é alto psicólogo, e então quando são cenas de psicologia são fixe. Ah, ok, não dá. Quando é algo acerca de mulheres, o Peterson também tens uns bons takes. Acho que aí já não são tão bons, tenho feel. A cena é que quando são cenas de psicologia eu não considero takes, na medida em que simplesmente é a área de expertise dele, não é bem take, é mais tipo, olha, estudei isto e estou a falar-vos da coisa que eu estudei, é tipo, sou professor disto. Para mim não é bem um take. Okay. Ele e o Quintino deviam ter um podcast. O Quintino não estudou. Ele pôs alguém a fazer os trabalhos por ele. Só pode. Mas há algumas coisas que se nota que estudou, sim. Será que existe aulas do Quintino na net? Tipo no YouTube? Aulas gravadas? Mano, é isso. É isso que vamos ver a seguir. Palestras do Quintino. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Quintino Cast. Existe alguma palestra? TEDx? Oh man. Let's fucking go. Sim, eu estou simpada. Ela deve estar a jogar Overwatch ou uma coisa assim. No entanto, no outro dia vimos a cena de Quintinos, mas é porque tinha um prof dela. Não sou um caralho.
O comportamento do trabalhador. Num evento que tem como tema geral antes e depois. Poder refletir também, e portanto foi à minha procura, e suportar essa reflexão em alguns neurocientistas, em psicólogos e também não filósofos, mas não sei, comecei a reflexão desta maneira. Num país e num tempo em que as estatísticas indicam que cerca de 20 mil psicólogos não ganham €1 por mês, alguns trabalhando noutras coisas, mas não na psicologia. Portanto, no mesmo tempo e no mesmo país em que 20 mil psicólogos não ganham €1 por mês, ganha pelo menos 20 mil euros por mês. E, portanto, vê-se alguma coisa diferente entre esse psicólogo e os outros todos. É sobre
Tem 0 dislikes. 11 likes e 0 dislikes. Agora, a minha cena é... Eu não estou a curtir a qualidade disto.
Irei partilhar a ideia. E com este ponto de partida, quer dizer, no mesmo tempo e no mesmo espaço, estas diferenças, o que é que podem trazer? A primeira resposta que encontro nesta reflexão é baseada na ideia de um investigador inglês, Eugene Slotsky.
O quem? Acho que ele inventou o nome. Zbuzbuxki.
E a ideia dele é quando, num grupo de humanos, uma atitude, um comportamento, um sucesso acontece de forma diferente, a primeira coisa que devemos olhar é o desenvolvimento da consciência, o desenvolvimento do comportamento independente. Consciência entendida, como diz ali, como uma forma individual de lidar com pessoas, eventos, com objetos. E a pergunta é o que é que faz, ou o que é que torna diferente esse comportamento de algum humano? A resposta, o agir, numa relação mutuamente contingente, mediada pela fala e pautada pela inibição. É essa a origem da diferença entre humanos. A possibilidade de criar nos humanos novas estruturas cerebrais que não estão previstas no genoma, acontece da forma como ele estava, dando origem à consciência, acontece como ele estávamos a pôr, agindo. Não
Ele está a ler.
O confrontar-se, receber informação, sabemos hoje que a informação não...
Quem é que fez este estudo, Quintino? Que tu estás a ler?
Mutuamente contingente, a interação olhos nos olhos com outros humanos, e
Ih, pá, fodeu-me a boca.
mediada pela fala, que sabemos também hoje na investigação, é o principal instrumento de transformação.
Sabemos na investigação.
E pautada pela inibição. Que ali coloquei a vermelho para chamar a atenção dos limites que são necessários para a construção de novas...
Colocaram-te a vermelho.
O sistema nervoso funciona como naturalmente quando se tem informação com fibras excitatórias e inibitórias. Na construção de novidades cerebrais apenas vão entrar as fibras inibitórias. Ou seja, a construção da consciência, aquele processo que nos torna únicos em comparação com os outros humanos, a construção da consciência não é um processo espontâneo, não é um processo natural e, portanto, não acontece só porque os anos passam, como acontece com as outras estruturas cerebrais. É necessário a formação, e uma palavrinha ali, talvez nova para alguns, a formação de processos neuropoéticos. O que são processos neuropoéticos? Os processos que resultam de um processo neuropoético, aquelas estruturas no cérebro para os quais não há informação genética para se formarem. Nós temos uma porção enorme de cérebro, resultado de milhões de anos de evolução. Muitas das estruturas partilhamos com outras espécies. Uma parte muito significativa não resulta dessa evolução. Não há sequer informação no genoma para que se expresse. E são essas estruturas, que chamamos neuropoéticas, que vão ser responsáveis pela diferenciação de indivíduo para indivíduo. Para olharmos um pouco mais para esta podemos ir à Lei Geral da Psicologia, uma lei de 1934, e ali nesses 3 desenhos tem de representar, primeiro, uma etapa em que está um pai e um menino com um brinquedo. E num olhar desatento e desinformado, podemos dizer, bom, está o pai...
Mas consegues perceber o que é que ele diz?
Na verdade, em termos da psicologia, nós dizemos...
Lei Geral da Psicologia.
O filho, em relação com o pai, só está a olhar para alguma coisa externa, o brinquedo, porque está em relação com o pai. A nossa biologia só nos permite reconhecer no ambiente aquilo que for fundamental para a nossa sobrevivência e pode aqui incluir também o nosso prazer. Tudo o que não é fundamental para a nossa sobrevivência.
Mas eu ouço o que ele está a dizer. O que não for fundamental para a nossa sobrevivência.
O facto de entrarmos em relação com outros humanos, significativos para nós, como por exemplo um pai, permite que, dentro dessa relação...
Não há mais vídeos? Eu fui procurar a ver se havia o TEDx. Será que existe um site? Existe no site do TEDx? No máximo só se vir tipo, no site deles. Fora disso não tem sorte.
Aqui representado pelo segundo desenho, quando o menino está a brincar à bola com o pai, a bola não faz parte da sobrevivência, dos programas de sobrevivência. Portanto, a criança foi criando estruturas cerebrais na etapa anterior que permitem agora, em interação com o adulto, com o maior que já é capaz, orientar, podemos dizer, levado pela mão, ela é capaz de interagir com a bola, mas apenas levada pela mão. Melhor, só quando o adulto também está presente. Podemos imaginar que se o telefone do pai toca e ele vai atender o telefone, a criança passa a lidar com a bola de uma maneira que não é convencionada. Senta-se em cima, serve de banco. Atira com a
O quê?
mão, não era para o
O que aconteceu?
Quando já está numa etapa mais à frente, dizemos que as estruturas já são
Sim, também ouço, eu não estou a dizer que não se ouve estática. Estava só mais tipo, olha, mas dá para perceber o que ele diz. Fora disso, é encontrar um link do TEDx, se calhar.
Numa terceira etapa, representada ali pelo terceiro desenho, quando ele está já crescido a jogar a bola com os amiguinhos. Ele já não
Amiguinhos?
Porque o cérebro já desenvolveu processos neuropoietas suficientes para ele
Neuropoietas.
dessa realidade do mundo externa às suas necessidades de sobrevivência, como é o jogar à bola, e porque já construiu tecido cerebral para lidar com isso, então ele sozinho consegue jogar. Podemos imaginar que o amiguinho vai embora e ele continua a brincar com a bola, ainda continuando com as regras gerais do futebol. Chamamos a isso a lei geral da psicologia, que no fundo o que a psicologia estuda é a construção de processos cerebrais que não estão previstos nos nossos genomas e que permitem lidar com situações de uma forma única. Não aqueles que são comuns a toda a espécie, resultado de milhões de anos de evolução e que depois faz com que estejamos adaptados para a nossa sobrevivência de uma forma igual para todos os indivíduos. E para que é este processo? O que é que ele oferece ao ser humano?
Só não estou a ir procurar ao TEDx porque estou a jogar, ok?
Duas categorias vão resultar dos processos neuropoietas. E para quê? Para ele se orientar na vida. Na verdade, seguir o caminho, perceber dentro de si...
Seguir o caminho, seguir a verdade.
E ser capaz de fazer escolhas no caminho, às vezes inclusive de traçar caminhos para ele construir, por vezes traçar caminhos que não existiam previamente, ele vai precisar daquelas categorias da inteligência e da liberdade que resultam de processos neuropoéticos, como dizia há bocado, não fazem
Oh puta!
Foi necessário um processo longo para ele os criar.
Olha, o jogo crashou.
Portanto, nós podíamos dizer que no antes há um processo de construção na mente do trabalhador. No antes houve um processo de construção.
Chamei nomes à gaja.
De transformação cerebral, de criação
Do
de
jogo.
novos processos cerebrais, os tais neuropoéticos, que vão permitir ele integrar-se no mundo.
O que é que eu faço a isto?
Fazer, sobretudo após a Revolução Industrial. Antes disso era possível que nos integrávamos num banco, agora é
Crashou.
Portanto, no antes, para a mente do trabalhador, a necessidade de uma transformação significativa dos processos cerebrais, para ele chegar lá. E no depois? Bom, no depois, exatamente a mesma coisa. Imagina alguém que chega ao trabalho e até vai convencido, sabe o que tem que fazer, até porque já ouviu histórias, e agora vai adaptar-se a esse local de trabalho. Aqui as casas servem de analogia. Todos nós já tivemos uma casa, sabemos exatamente como ela funciona. Qualquer casa tem uma cozinha, uma casa de banho, um quarto, pelo menos isso tem. Podemos imaginar nestas casas, são todas casas, todas têm isso. Mas todas terem isso não significa que todas sejam exatamente iguais. E podemos rapidamente imaginar alguém que viveu muito tempo numa das casas que ali está, que a conhece perfeitamente, agora entrando numa onde nunca esteve, às escuras provavelmente vai ter problemas. Vai ter problemas porque ainda que seja uma casa, ainda que tenha uma casa de banho, uma cozinha, um quarto, a forma como acontece exatamente as coisas e como elas estão dentro dessa casa não é exatamente igual. Portanto, o que é que precisa cada vez que, habituado já a viver numa casa, vai entrar numa outra, vai precisar desenvolver mais estrutura cerebral,
Não consigo encontrar.
com essa nova casa. Se não o fizer, o que é que acontece? Vai ficar baralhado. Se não houver mais construção de tecido cerebral, já no novo trabalho, onde ele vai chegar, porque as estruturas cerebrais são necessárias para ele entender aquele funcionamento. Adaptar, ser capaz de produzir.
Queres que desligue? Ou queres ouvir contínuo? Contínuo? Quentinho.
Essa construção de consciência, como como dizemos há bocado, não é espontâneo, não é natural. Se não trabalhar no sentido de construção desse tecido cerebral, naturalmente vai chegar uma altura em que se vai baralhar ali dentro. No fundo, então, como é que já no mercado de trabalho, já num trabalho, vai ser capaz de se garantir lá com sucesso e com realização? Outra vez o mesmo processo. Precisa, já depois, portanto, não estamos prontos quando chegamos ao mercado de trabalho ou ao trabalho, precisa, novamente, com o mesmo processo, agindo numa relação mutuamente contingente, mediada pela fala e pautada pela inibição, novamente continuar a construir tecido cerebral. Num desenho também prevemos aqui aplicada a lei geral da psicologia.
Eu quero ser inimido com alguém.
Na primeira fase, os passos
E falar
a dar
com alguém.
no trabalho, os passos a dar, não é falar som, os passos a dar, são para ele alguma coisa externa, dizemos, em termos de psicologia, que é extracerebral. Ele pode aprender já coisas que falem sobre um trabalho, podem ser as movimentações que tenham a ver com o trabalho, mas não é ainda capaz de lá desenvencilhar. É extrapsicológico. Numa segunda fase, eventualmente num curso na faculdade, num estágio que esteja a realizar, ele vai ensaiando, mas ainda de forma intercerebral. Uns passos ele já
Não vai.
Para dar, outros passos precisa ainda que o outro vá orientar. São as integrações, são os cursos que ele vai fazendo, a preparação dele. Mas não é ainda suficiente, não é ainda capaz, com base nas formações neuropoéticas que tem, fazer o percurso. Isso vai
tem um salto.
construir mais para, numa terceira etapa, aí sim, ele já conseguir fazer o processo. Esta ideia que estava aqui a trazer, de um processo de construção, reparem, de tecido cerebral, de estruturas cerebrais, de formações neuropoéticas, antes do trabalho e já depois do trabalho, todo o tempo, é o que vai fazer a diferença para o sucesso e a realização ou ficar pelo caminho. Muitas vezes, sobretudo nesta crise que se passou, quando se falava do trabalho, do emprego, ouvimos associado à palavra emprego a palavra sorte. Teve sorte, arranjou um bom trabalho. Não tem sorte nenhuma, não tem arranjado nada. Na verdade, será que o trabalho tem efetivamente a ver com a sorte? Uma sorte que os astros ou os cartomantes nos possam indicar absolutamente nada. O trabalho tem só a ver com prontidão. Prontidão mental. Uma prontidão que entendemos como desembaraço, habilidade, facilidade, vivacidade, desenvoltura, presteza, celeridade e rapidez. Mas isso são características cerebrais que não vêm no nosso genoma. São características que é possível construir no nosso cérebro. Redes que venham a fazer esse trabalho, mas ou foram construídas ou não dispomos delas. Esta questão da prontidão é efetivamente o que vai fazer a diferença e o sucesso no trabalho, a prontidão e não a sorte. Mas que prontidão, a prontidão para não estar pronto. O desafio que as novas estruturas vão trazer.
Prontidão para não estar pronto. Fogo, isto é muito filosófico.
Aliás, nós pensamos que é exatamente isso que faz a diferença entre entrar na vida.
Entrar?
Como um vidro, uma barreira que nos bloqueia e não deixa realizar mais, ou entrar na vida e realizar-se. A barreira invisível é a falta de prontidão e a prontidão para nunca estar pronto e, portanto, ir sempre construir. Nestas ideias, alguns colegas começaram a estudar, nós conhecemos o suficiente sobre quais são estas formações neuropoéticas, como é que se avaliam, como é que se transformam
Neuropoéticas.
de forma ativa. Vários colegas, não só cá em Portugal, mas noutros países também, vêm estudando que, como estão as formações neuropoéticas, não só dos sem-abrigo, que não é um acaso de sorte nem de doença mental, como são as formações neuropoéticas dos empregados de regulação ou daqueles que vão tentando e depois não se vão no sonho de grande. Na verdade, a construção de tecido cerebral novo, não está previsto no nosso genoma, vai permitir esta prontidão, que é uma prontidão muito específica, uma prontidão para nunca estar pronto, que é o que vai fazer essa diferença. Eu queria partilhar, era apenas isso, mas, e deixar a ideia que, bom, a prontidão para não estar pronto é fundamental para fazer avançar a economia. Mas para que isso
Economia.
é necessário que aconteça uma revolução no Ministério da Educação. Não é uma reforma das muitas que estão sendo feitas. É uma revolução. Uma revolução que entenda que, com os mesmos programas, com os mesmos objetivos de aquisições para os alunos, mas olhando de uma outra forma, que tenha as características que há bocado apresentámos, de agir numa relação mutuamente contingente, mediada pela fala, e pautada pelos limites, é essa revolução no Ministério da Educação que poderá um dia trazer a que a quantidade de cidadãos que, ao chegar à idade adulta, tenham aquela prontidão para não estar pronto, possa verdadeiramente acontecer. Se não vai acontecer, não vale a pena ter ilusões nem gastar mais em projetos, porque aquilo que vai acontecer é continuarmos a aumentar os empregados de longa duração e aqueles que gastam muitos anos numa formação, com o qual depois nunca vão integrar o mercado de trabalho. Não é por acaso, segundo um estudo de uma ONG há 2 anos atrás em Portugal, 1/3 das vagas para licenciados não eram ocupadas porque não havia esta prontidão para nunca estar pronto. Queria só terminar, há bocado disse que a reflexão foi baseada em alguns investigadores, não de agora, nem deste país, de outros países e de outros tempos, mas que na verdade, neurocientistas, psicólogos e um filósofo também, que na verdade o que trazem é a fundamentação para isto que acabei de dizer. Era só o que queria partilhar.
Muito bem. Vocês... Au! Jesus. Espero que tenham gostado de ouvir a prontidão. Para não estar prontos. Eu estou sem prontidão, fogo. Oh, estou com burridão. For more information, visit TEDx.com. TEDx. Como é que chamava aquilo? Prontidão? Five skills to resolve any conflict. Skill número 1. Prontidão. Estou a brincar.
When people find out I'm a hostage negotiator and I work in conflict resolution, you get a look on your face. And when you do, I know you're thinking of those high-stakes scenarios that you see in the movies. The police barricades, snipers on rooftops, helicopters circling overhead. Is it a bank robbery gone wrong? A hostile takeover at an embassy? Something out of Die Hard? Well, me and Bruce, like that. Joking. Just joking. But what isn't a joke is what gets left
Valparaiso
out.
University.
What doesn't come to mind when we think of high-stakes crisis and conflict resolution. And that's us. It's the couple that's working through the rough patch in their relationship. It's the exasperation in-laws feel when a new marriage divides families. It's empty nest syndrome, relentless arguments over finances. For me, it's a 14-year-old teenager on the other end of my crisis call. It's all of these things that might be resolved if we had the tools, but are also the kinds of situations that can decimate and destroy and tear families apart. What I want for you is to see that the highest stakes in conflict resolution are happening in the relationships we have every day. If you build those relationships and those skills, you have an opportunity to protect and elevate those relationships.
Fuck me.
Because when you're in an argument with your spouse, with your teenager, there's no backup SWAT team standing by to help. It's just you. And that means the stakes are as high as they can get. And I understand. More than 25 years ago, my life altered. My husband suffered a brain injury. It was hard to diagnose. He was in 3 car accidents in 9 months.
What?
And
Jesus
while
Christ.
he looked normal, brought him home a completely different person. I was 9 months pregnant with baby number 6. And my husband was
6
now trapped in
babies?
the fog of his injuries, believing I was plotting against him. After more than 10 years of drowning in my own chaos, I knew I had to figure out a solution. So I got educated, and I began working and volunteering in these fields. And then I began to notice a theme of poor decisions that stood in the way of good people getting what they wanted. And then I saw the skills we professionals used that could miraculously move people from rigid to resolved. And that led me to ask the question, how can we use what the experts use in our own lives? And that idea changed my life. After years of study, I came up with 5 universal skills the experts use to resolve conflicts. It's curiosity, their attitude, master listening, connection, and reframing. And while I can't go through all of them here today, what unites these 5 skills is curiosity. But there's lots of curiosities.
I understand
There's a
exactly what
curiosity
she
that will
means.
inspire you to learn something like 18th
Estão a ouvir
century
isso?
art. There's a curiosity that will motivate your ambition to climb that corporate ladder. There's curiosity that helps you avoid risk. But the curiosity and resolution, it's epic. It removes the clutter. It eliminates the ability to make excuses and rationalizations. It uses plain language with simple intent. What do you want?
Bitch.
And how would you like to get there?
Yeah.
When we're in a fight, we knuckle under, we dig in, and we insist and lock into insisting we are right.
Fuck me.
So the last thing we want to do is be curious about what the other side sees.
True.
But that's the key. And I know curiosity gets a bad rap. It's what killed the cat. It's what gets Curious George into trouble. But not here. Here, if you want to elevate your relationship, get curious. And if you want to know how, there's only 2 areas of focus. You and them. So I'd like to focus on you for a minute. And I want to ask you 3 questions that are going to reveal your own little secret about how curious you are in conflict. So I want you to think of a terrible fight. Can you picture it? Question number 1. Did you allow them to have their own story independent of yours? Question 2. Were you willing to hear their story without the emotional or verbal backlash that we are so good at? And number 3, did you allow their story to become part of the solution? That's it. Those are the 3 questions. You guys, in life-critical situations, high stakes, these are the things we look for. We invite, we ask about. We want to know and learn what is happening on the other side. Shouldn't we want those for our relationships? Focus area number 2 is them. But how can you be curious when it seems like they're the ones causing all the problems? Well, if you want a curiosity breakthrough that will blow your mind, so simple. Go home, find somebody to talk to. Ask them questions for 15 minutes, just questions. But there's a caveat. No prompts from you. That means no facial expressions showing your opinion. No saying, I get it, I can relate, I understand. And then you begin story swapping or sharing your words of wisdom over your experiences. No noises that come from you. When you do those things, they will almost always change their story. So just ask questions. It is the stronger way of talking to somebody. So, let me see if I can bring this into a package for you. Let's say your spouse is really angry and you're the target. Well, of course you're the target.
Oh, okay.
Let them have their story. Hear it
Botão não
without
dá.
backlash.
Oh meu Deus.
And then take a breath. In simple language. And using their story as part of the solution, ask a question like, this is just an example. So you said that I don't care about our kids. When you said that, what did you see in me that made you feel that way? Or one of my favorites is, what would it take to make things right?
Fuck me.
Finally, ask questions before people feel hopeless. Before kids are thrown into a divorce, your friends choose sides because you may not be the one they pick. Before the in-laws walk out and miss holidays and recitals.
Shit.
Now,
Shit.
I'm going to just insert. I don't know where my marriage is going. We've been married for more than 3 decades now. But what I can tell you is this literally saved it. I now know.
Without a doubt.
This man is a divine, exquisite human being that deserves the very best the world has to offer. And I didn't get there on my own account. I got there through curiosity. So be intentional about learning about where the other side is coming from. And instead of digging into your own position and doubling down on that, do the opposite. Ask them about their position. Use that as the start of your curiosity in conflict. Thank you.
That was good. I can't play video games. Vou ter que passar isto depois. Cheira-me. Acho que já é muito tarde para a minha cabeça. How to not take things personally. Agora apetece-me ouvir a TEDx.
Good evening. Good evening. How are you?
Hello.
Are you good?
No, I'm not
Great.
good.
Welcome to this match. This match will take exactly 18 minutes. Okay? And you're all part of the same team. Mechelen. Okay? Hey guys, I would like to see fair play on the field, respect and positivity. Is that okay for everyone? Cool. Good luck. 1 year ago,
I would like
I
respect.
decided I wanted to become a football referee. Not because of the money, though. I only get paid 20 euros per match, so I won't really get rich by it, will I? No.
20
I decided
euros?
to become a referee for 2 other reasons. 1, to stay in good shape. 2, because I wanted to learn how not to take things personally. I can see some people nodding. You're probably thinking being a referee is the perfect environment to learn how not to take things personally, isn't it? Because the spectators hardly ever shout encouraging or positive things. No. What do they shout? Come on, come on.
Are you blind?
Yeah, good. As a referee, I'm the scapegoat. Apparently, I'm always wrong. It's always my fault. And I wanted to
That's cool.
learn how not to take all this personally. Because I really struggle with this. For example, when I drive slowly because I'm trying to find a specific location and somebody is just driving behind me, I feel hunted. Especially when they start
It's always my
honking and
faulty?
flashing their headlights.
How to not take things personally.
I shouldn't.
O título é interessante, não é?
Do you see what I mean?
Oh, fique.
Yeah.
Fique.
Or when somebody cancels an appointment last
Fiquei
minute,
alemão do nada.
I get the feeling that I'm not important enough. Again, I take it personally. Even professionally. I'm a public speaker, like tonight. This is what I do. I give keynote speeches, and I really like it, as long as I can draw my audience into my story. Because the very moment I see somebody is not paying attention, for example, when somebody is looking at his smartphone, it just happens.
It was me.
I take it personally. Relax.
I need to repeat
You are
this.
safe tonight. Don't worry. Feel free to take your smartphone.
Este jogo é o
so you
Castelo
can
da
start
Vânia.
talking to your neighbor. I will not take it
Fake
personally.
Vânia Castelo.
Why not? Because
Epá.
now, here and now,
Epá,
I'm
ganha lá essa
very
merda.
conscious that this can
Deixa-me
happen.
morrer.
And more importantly, I have a strategy to deal with it.
Stratégie.
So tonight, I would like to share this strategy with you.
Quero ouvir a estratégia.
Cool.
Yes, I am.
Because I guess I'm not the only person in this room who sometimes takes things personally, right? Huh. Imagine you invite a friend to
What are you doing now? Estou a jogar o meu Metroidvaniazinho enquanto ouço um gajo a falar sobre not taking things personally. First attempt com o Chief foi hype. First attempt como? Tipo, puseste na RTP? Deu na RTP? Meu Arena? Foi no meu Arena?
So you come home and you would like to wind down
Oh shit.
and share this terrible experience, but while you're telling your story, the other one walks away to switch on the TV. Now, who would take one of these situations personally? Show me hands, come on. Lots of you.
Oh, qual foi o exemplo que ele deu? Não estava atento, estava a rasgar esta merda.
Things personally. Somebody says or does something and bam, we feel hurt, neglected, offended, betrayed by the other one. That's what we believe though. It's the other person's fault. He's responsible for what we feel. He's the one to
Não joguei Valdi Story, só ouvi dizer
hang on.
que existe.
Who says that? Which part of us is speaking? It's our ego.
Our ego.
Others should take us into consideration. Our ego
You know what I
doesn't want
need?
to
I need a
criticize
Nego
others.
dad.
Our ego
Nego.
wants to be
I'm joking.
acknowledged. I'm right. Is this what you want? Do you want to be right? That's exhausting. When my ego
That is true.
takes
I
over,
hate
I'm
I hate
fighting
being
all day.
right.
I'm in a constant struggle with the rest of the world, and it drains my energy. Would it be
No, I don't hate being right. I hate debating into being right. I hate that.
no one has power over you?
Oh,
You're
shit.
free. You experience much more harmony and connection between you and other people. Of course, because your energy can go towards nice things instead of endlessly battling against the things that drive you crazy.
Fuck me.
The question is, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? I know what some of you are thinking. I will make sure I will be happy by
Being right.
Well, how do you do it? How to become happy by not taking things personally. You are standing at the kickoff
I am
of the match of
an
your
idiot.
life, the match by which you will learn how to stop taking things personally. So as a referee, I brought my coin for the toss. And every coin has two sides, heads or tails, and they stand for two strategies. Two strategies to no longer taking things personally.
Fica bocado no ar.
Good evening. You're the captain of this huge team. You can choose heads or tails. Okay? You're lucky. It's heads. Are you ready for the first strategy? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Here comes. First strategy. It's not
Whoops.
about me. What do you mean it's not about me? This sounds weird, doesn't it? Because when I take things personally, I'm convinced it is about me. When I see someone is looking at his phone, I feel offended. I think, hey, I've put so much effort and time in this presentation. I want respect.
Oh.
I think me, myself, and I.
And I.
Sounds familiar, no? Yeah. But in
Me.
fact, it isn't about me. What if I try to look at it from the other person's perspective, asking myself, why?
Oh, Wolf.
Why
Isso é grande a
is
cena.
he or she looking at his or her smartphone?
Tem que ver o VOD.
Maybe he has just received an important message, one he has been waiting for. Or the topic of my presentation is not really his cup of tea. Could be. Or on the contrary, he finds it very interesting and he wants to take notes on his smartphone. Very smart to do that, by the way.
Foi no privado? Ganda boss fight? Eu gosto deste boss. Ele dá-me na boca, não sei. Ainda não consigo passar, mas...
And I won't take it personally.
Oh, fuck.
If I try to see the intention of the other one,
A última fase... Mas eu sei o que é que se passa. Eu preciso de... Eu preciso de descansar do boss. Tipo, amanhã de manhã... Amanhã de manhã... Faz.
do you take that personally? No, you don't, because you know this is not about me. It's about what he wants, what he needs. He's angry because he just wants to stay up a bit longer. That's all. So the first strategy.
True, what this guy is saying makes so much sense. TED Talks ou TEDx ou whatever podiam ser tipo os pais que nós nunca tivemos, não é? Em termos de ensinar-nos coisas da vida.
It's not about me. You see? It's as simple as that.
Quando as pessoas, eu vou ser honesto, quando as pessoas tipo me dizem de género, tive a falar com os meus pais e aprendi coisas, eu tipo, what? Como assim falar isso com pais? Isso não existe. E depois sinto inveja também ao mesmo tempo. Já, eu também quero conseguir falar.
50,000. And guess how many of them are positive? Only 10,000. So this means that 80% of what we think are negative thoughts. That's a lot, isn't it? When you see two colleagues talking to each other and just then they look at you and they start laughing, do you think, oh, they must have noticed my new shoes and they want them too? Now, what do you think?
Ow.
They're laughing at me. They're gossiping about me. So it takes a lot of effort to...
It's all about me.
Say, hang on, I have no clue. They might be laughing about something that has nothing to do with me. So, seeing the positive intention of the other one requires a lot of
Eu
discipline.
já passei muito mais tempo nesta fase, mas... Tu também não falas as coisas com os pais, é sempre agora depois está-lhes a... dar a oportunidade de virem com conversas, já sabes das coisas que foram faladas e não as podes fazer, é só chato. Eu não sei se percebi bem. Ok, vou-te explicar. É assim, eu também tenho sono, mas eu sinto que não percebia bem as palavras, mas percebi o sentimento do que estavas a dizer.
Frederick, watch out. Lots of things
Percebi o feel.
during the game. You're going to make
E acho que isso chega.
who some will not agree with, and they will shout unpleasant things at you. So I tell myself, Frederick, don't take it personally. It's not about me. They just want to be right. They simply want their team to win. You see, when I focus on the intention of the other person, there is no need to take it personally. When I apply this strategy very consciously, I admit it, I feel much more at ease on the field.
Não.
When the coach, the players or the spectators.
Isso é aquele Castlevania Souls-like, não é? Side-scroller. Fiquei tipo. Depois jogo um dia, mas se calhar não vou jogar. Oi? Porque depois vão aparecendo outros jogos.
Not always, unfortunately.
Tipo Last of Us.
Words they shout at me, like here, do really hit a raw nerve. You're a loser. Choose another hobby. You know what? Go fishing. Ouch. Maybe they are right. Perhaps I took the wrong decision.
Oh.
Maybe I am a loser.
Hello, doggy. Meu cão veio.
That's how I feel sometimes. Do you see this? Every coin
Oh.
has a flip side. When this first strategy, it's not about me, doesn't work, it simply means it is about me. I have to look in the mirror and question myself. As a beginning referee, I still feel insecure, especially me. I never played soccer. It is about me because it has something to do with my insecurity. I doubt about myself, or a part of myself that I haven't come to terms with. Do you see my point, ladies and gentlemen? Even if I know that a driver is only tailgating because he's in a hurry, I still take it personally when he honks or he's flashing his headlights. So I must question myself. Probably I was driving too slowly. I'm aware of it. I just don't like that clumsy part of myself. Why else would I take it personally? When I say, ladies and gentlemen, you are an orange.
What does that
Who would
mean?
take this personally?
Ah, okay.
No one, right? Why not? Because nothing in you believes that you are in fact an orange. An orange.
This guy is an orange.
Unless, of course, that you're ginger and you feel bad because.
See?
Which is luckily not the case with.
Dei rida ao jogo dele. Que ridos, meu. Eu não posso jogar fighting games contra este gajo. Vou-lhe dar na boca.
Ouch, I do take it personally. And it only happens because I know.
Read him like a fucking book.
If I'm honest, I'm aware of the fact that I do not always take into account other people's needs. When you are being criticized and it hurts, chances are big that this is rooted in your childhood. Maybe as a child, you were never good enough.
Oh, God.
When you came home with a 9 out of 10 days.
Oh, okay. I just stay here. Cool.
You can only take things personally if it somehow touches a raw nerve. And that's the moment to give yourself some empathy. Ooh. This
Big
hurts.
oof, maninho. Au, au, au.
Working so hard for recognition. And I feel sad if I don't get it. You see?
Fogo Wolf, mas não guardaste esse First to 10 com NVIDIA Experience ou o caralho que vocês usam?
I'm in the middle of my story here and you just walk away to switch on the TV. It feels as if you don't care about my story. It's not nice. By opening up, by being vulnerable, by telling what you feel without blaming the other one, you increase the chance that the other one will understand you and take your needs into account. You see what I mean?
Faz uma compilação e mete no Wolf Channel. Oi?
How not to take things personally. One, it is
Just
not
don't do it.
Look
Just be
at
yourself,
the
bro.
person's intention. If that doesn't work, two, it is about me. Give yourself empathy.
Look at other person's intention. Na minha opinião é super, super importante porque eu acho que devemos tentar ao máximo ser empathetic ou sympathetic Eu acho que o segredo para tudo na vida é perceberes o que é que está na cabeça das outras pessoas. De repente as coisas deixam de ser um mistério e a vida deixa de ser estranha. Até lá é um puzzle mesmo esquisito. É tudo boi da redab. Quando Valkyrios diz isto é boi da redab, é exatamente isso que ele quer dizer, que é como ele não percebe o que está na cabeça da outra pessoa, ele está em ganda de stress. Estás a ver? Funny enough, tem que aprender a editar. Edita.
Who still wants the 20 euros now?
Fuck me.
Who still wants the 20 euros now? Who still wants the 20 euros now? And who still wants them now? Why do you still want these 20 euros?
Because money is money.
People may attack you, criticize you, or ignore you. They can crumple you up with their words, spit you out, or even walk all over you. But remember, whatever they do or say,
you're beautiful.
Always keep your value. Thank you.
Fuck me.
Thank you.
You are beautiful, no matter what they say. Na, 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 na. Ele acabou com essa parte, com essa música. You are beautiful. Já estou bêbado de sono. Estou super bêbado de sono. I should go rest. That's what I should go do. I can do this. I can do this tomorrow. Boa cena que se aprende com estas TEDs, whatever. Com licença. Meus amigos, vão-me portar mal para outro sítio. Até à próxima e obrigado pela companhia. Beijinhos. Linguados assim, nessa língua.